Yo. Alright. We're live. Forgive my lateness. I had a stressful morning. Debugging Windows issues and so we're gonna take it easy today. I'm still gonna do some coaching. Still gotta do some coaching. At the end of the tournament today, should be fairly quick because we're playing Vampire Coast and Cathay today. The factions that I'm totally the best at. No, these are Rock Bottom factions. Slanesh to Cathay. Actually, I think I have my own strats that I want to try. Unless you just want double balloon action. Alright, here we go. Here we go. It's time. Ugh. Oh boy. Day's been rough. Who am I up against? Sipa. Oh boy. We're up against Sipa. Alrighty. Yo yo. So it begins. Alright. Uh-huh. And Sipa's over my factions again. Coast Cathay. Okay, Vampire Coast Cathay. So Coast versus Dark Elves. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright. Here we go. Oh boy, this morning was really rough, guys. It was a rough morning. Alright. Coast versus Dark Elves, though. At least it's not terrible. Cathay infantry only challenge. Infantry max. Alright. So, Dark Elves. What do they got? Alright. Here we go. Let's see if I can go meta. Let's see if I can do some meta shenanigans. Or maybe slightly off meta shenanigans. That's actually not too bad. I kind of like where this build is going. This one's... Ooh, alright, here we go. This is a sick build. This is a sick build. Ain't no way we lose this one. Okay, yeah. Alright. So let's see here. Yeah, I got some of this. I got some of that. Why is Miao Ying not good? Her magic got nerfed a lot. Quite a bit, actually. So she's a little lackluster now. The Dark Elves, eh? Just gotta make sure, you know, the Cav don't pummel me into oblivion. Other than that, though, it's fairly manageable. Infantry-wise, I don't have too much. Oh my gosh, Rent-A-Cat with the 200 bits. Thank you so much, man. Much appreciated, good sir. Okay, I have a build. I have a build. Oh man. He tried to make Meow work later. I think I have to try and make Cathay work first. Oh, it's 298 bits. Dang. That's like 50% more bits. Thank you. Oh, it's a build. It's a build. In your opinion, can we... What's this? What is that? I don't know what Agartha is. It's a meme. Legendary kingdom that is said to be located on the inner surface of the earth. Is there isn't that just the Skaven Undercities? Alright, here we go. Here we go. Low energy stream today. I'm gonna be busy over the weekend, by the by. Spending a lot of time with fam though, which is great. So this build has combined everything that we've seen work to date. Deck dropper handguns, a rotting Leviathan, and a Spirit Leecher. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Should be fun. I don't have healing for the crab, which might be insane. But if it gets low, it's probably getting too hard counter to heal anyways. He has a melee build. Yo, is he just dead? I sure hope he remembered to bring harpies. Yeah, he remembered to bring harpies. HP's fairly low though. I could Buna them. That would be a fairly hilarious way to take him out. I also got double bat. We have double bat. Honestly, the harpies are not a big issue. I can just shoot them. I got no fear. You got one harpy, bro. I got 4 deck dropper handguns. What are you supposed to do against such hatred? Nothing. Nothing, I say. All right, here we go. Let's get our skirmish going. A couple cold one knights. Very expensive cavalry. Quarter of their HP already gone. And then we pull back with the Batos. So he's going for the hard flank. Makes sense, right? He has a rather stupendous amount of cavalry units here. But do I really have to worry? Probably not, right? What is this lady? Blade Storm. Interesting. Anyways, if we just kind of bully these guys, I think we're okay. Little missile spell coming in there. Blade Storm, not bad against the zombies. Gets them down pretty low. Pretty painful. But overall, not the end of the world, right? I will have to push in with my infantry, though. We get a pretty nice volley on his harpies. Should be able to get another pretty nice volley. There's the Buna to kill those ladies as fast as possible. And he has a lot of melee units while I have a lot of melee units myself, right? Like, he really can't beat the Crabbo. His harpies just got deleted off the face of the planet. That's pretty jokes. That's pretty jokes indeed. Doomfire Warlocks over here. Gonna get animated hulked. And now I think this is the part where my my guys go ham, right? He just lost all of his harpies. The Crabbo's popping off against the Cold One Knights. Yo, honestly, going for deck dropper handguns is such a nice play. I feel like it actually cooks so hard. These guys are kind of great. A little doom and darkness, who cares? But totally fine. Let's see, a couple Dark Riders there. Not an issue. As long as I spam pole arms, I think we're okay. Trading wise, we're doing fine. The Rotting Leviathan, pretty spicy target indeed. And now he's bringing in the skirmishers, which we know are just terrible here. Yeah, I think he just dies to the flyers now, right? Okay, I guess I don't have that many units on the ground. I'm gonna need a lot of gonna need a lot more halberd zombies, that's for sure. Anyways, the skirmishers is a terrible idea versus the bats. You can see because the bats just delete them. Although, overall fighting wise, he's actually starting to outgrind me. That part is a little bit scary. At least I get a 6 zombie flank over here. Is that an assassin? He has a K-Knight assassin. Okay. Pretty crazy. Don't know how he cooks. But overall, I'd say as long as I don't lose my lord suddenly, I should be fine. Like the Crabbo is doing great. He's terror routing fools. My bats are doing fine. My deck droppers have free reign, so I don't have to worry about them. But the assassin, this darn assassin, I'm gonna have to kill off. The triple cap ain't too pretty either. I could really use a little bit of a solution there. Well, you know, K-Knight assassin kind of got brutalized. Spirit Leech is doing good there. He did kill off my bats though. We'll have to see. Oh my gosh, he's getting brutalized though. So K-Knight assassin's going down. Can I get another pistol summon here? Okay, yeah, he goes down very quickly. So it's all just gonna come down to point recaptures then, right? Can I get enough DPS in to clean up this mess? I don't know. We're gonna be able to kill off the assassin, that's for sure. I don't have to worry about him too much, but I feel like I just have no units on the battlefield. His harpies have jumped my bats too. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to try and like army wipe them, right? At least harpies don't have capture weight, so they should go down fairly quickly. My guns are shooting at his cavalry. That's a plus. And I have my first capture point underway. Okay, that's good. He resummons the Crows of Cain. Okay, yeah, so it's time to just start mobbing the points. We routed off the harpies. That's good. Yeah, this is definitely just a point retake now. I just gotta start spamming as many dudes as humanly possible and take back these darn points. Because if I don't, we're screwed. Dang, you got a blade storm on those guys? That's kind of brutal. Come on, Vampire Coast power. Vampire Coast point recaps are pretty powerful. Cold One Knights versus the Crabbo. I'm just gonna have to Spirit Leech him, I think. I'll have my Lord here at least. And here come the zombies. The zombie tide is endless. These ones are slowly crumbling to the Crows of Cain. I don't know if they're actually gonna capture that though, which is the rough part. Let the slow march begin. I only have but a couple minutes, especially if I don't capture this one. I think everything hinges on this. Can I actually secure that? Oh boy, come on, man. Come on. Dang, big Crabbo is going down too. That's not pretty. Come on, you darn zombies, hold. Hold, capture that point. Thank God. All right, that's 1 point to capture. Hell yeah. Alrighty, I can get Moringulls on the flank too. They should do just fine. I have Vanguard shenanigans. Okay, so now I gotta capture this one and the far side. All right. God, Blade Storm hurts. Not as bad as a lot of other things, but boy does it hurt. It's not like, you know, I feel like Burning Head would have been much scarier. All right, here we go. I got Moringles here to clear them off. I should be able to capture this point. And then these zombies are over here. So they'll be able to capture that in like 20-ish seconds. March, you darn zombies. March. The slow march beginneth. Look at my sick bats. They're doing great. Okay, there you go. Ah, so he's going for this one now. Okay. That makes sense. He fears the Moringles. Let's hear more zombies. Just ignore the bleak swords. Ignore them. It's totally fine. Who cares? Okay, Zombie Tide is getting on there. Wondrous. I have pistol mobs over here now. These ones can stall. This one's moving here to capture. The bats are sacrificing themselves for the greater good. And yeah, he's bringing in these witch elves because they have great capture rate. So, Crows of Cain, we're gonna need to get rid of them. There we go. We'll just hit him with the Buna. I have my Moringles in. Moringles a pretty nice cleanup crew. They will die to his cavalry and such though. Oh crap, it's another Blade Storm. Dodge it! Dodge it up! Oh god, no, he's taking the point. That part's pretty brutal. I'm not taking this point anytime soon either. God dang, the Witch Elf spam. Is the Witch Elf spam too much? Oh, the Moringles are dying. God dang, that's brutal. That's brutal. Even with the crazy Air Force, it was not enough. Yeah, nah, no reverse sweep. Dang. Yo, it's very difficult. Very difficult securing points as coast on such a big map. GG, well played. I could have played it a little bit better. Let's check the values. But unfortunately, I think coast just has it rough. Let's see here. Yeah, my deck dropper handguns did fine. I'm the Kraken King, not the Moringal King. I did let my Rotting Leviathan get caught. I think that was the big issue. Honestly, okay, the Rotting Leviathan did okay. It really was not as hype as people are making it out to be. Not against Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights surround on the Rotting Leviathan was brutal. I did a good job screening for my bats though. So his Crows of Cain were basically useless, but yeah, without and the zombies to win the grind in melee, we were pretty doomed. Yeah, the pistol mobs are really, well, they actually did okay. I did have to resummon a couple of them, but like, you know, these guys got 259, these guys got 300. They did well enough for the price. But yeah, I think the crab was the big loss there. I did get more value on my lord than his lord. Honestly, value trading was fine. It was just yeah, that last melee push that was a little slow. Hulks did okay. Sirens went at work because Doomfire Warlocks. Brutal. Why don't you use bomber bats? Because they're absolutely broken. So bomber bats have a minimum range that is extremely close. I showed it a million times. I might as well quickly show it off again. Here, take a look at this. So bomber bats are like really janky right now. I would go as far to say that they are broken in one way or another. I think there's like a bug or something going on, because this can't possibly be intentional. But they basically lose out on like half of their range. Need some warp speed zombies. Okay, yeah, so if I park my bomber bats here, right, you'd think they'd be able to shoot these guys. And they can. Okay, is it here? Okay, yeah, it's about here. So these bats can't shoot these spearmen. You seeing that? You seeing this, Biz? Yeah, so this is what I mean by they're broken. Yeah, it's about 1/3 of their range is cut off. So what ends up happening in the heat of battle is like the enemy units will like, if they walk towards your bats, you're pretty screwed. So you have to keep like repositioning far away. Oh God, oh, this is the worst yet. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you see how they took like 20 seconds to start shooting there too? There's just something really janky about them. Yeah, and you see they kind of run away for a bit when you give like that right click. You see that? They run away. So like if I want to, if I'm like, oh, I gotta kill these spearmen really fast, I right click them. They run away for a bit. Half of them aren't shooting. And oh, they're still not shooting. They're still not shooting. Yeah, and then yeah, then now they shoot. There you go. 30 seconds later, right? You can't rely on these units. If they work though, I would totally run them. Fairly low ammo too. Yeah, they can have a hard time paying for themselves. That one used all their ammunition and they killed like what, 1 spearman. Brutality. Absolute brutality. They have different behaviors if you give them a move order and fire at will. And I'll try that out. If I can make it work, it'd be great. Man, that's crazy though. The big problem that game was I couldn't kill his cavalry fast enough with my deck chopper handguns. It took the whole game for them to pay for themselves. That's kind of suck. I feel like all the bats could use some work. Okay, so if I move command here, so this is like a very typical position, right? Park right behind these guys. Will they shoot? The answer is no. So they still have the minimum range issue, but you can just move command and kind of wait like this. You can see the bombs aren't aiming for center of mass either. That's pretty bad. I should add that to the thing. Should add that to bugs report for CA. Actually, I guess it's more feedback, isn't it? I guess it's more feedback. Let's see here. We'll send it in. Yeah, explosion units should definitely aim for center mass. These guys are like shooting at the flanks. Now they're firing well though. Right. All right. Also, dang, that guy's aura, his mortis engine killed the bats. God dang. Alrighty. Oh. Our scuttlers. What was this? The Salt Lord scuttlers? Yeah. Oh, this is really good, but it's a fine bat unit. But yeah, I gotta get the trading done quickly if we're gonna win these. Cold One Knights are often better than you expect them to be. That anti-large really helps them in the grind. So you went for like a full rush build. Honestly, I could just save the pirate gunnery mobs for later, for resummons, and start with pole arms instead. I think I'm generally positioning these guys like way too aggressively too anyways. And I mostly just want to keep, like, if I'm trading with handgunners, right? I feel like starting off with like a ground force instead makes sense. Because this is more than enough money put into ranged. Necrofex any good in Dom? Unfortunately not. Too slow with the trading. All of this is really slow trading. You can still come back. It's true, we played against Sipa. We did play against Sipa. Man, I should play on Monday, I should just play my top factions. I should just play Slanesh, Kislev, Empire, Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen, screw it. Oh god, yo, playing Coast. I think at a high level, Coast is one of the worst factions. I think at a mid-tier level, Coast stomps people, man. I think if you're playing against, like, you know, if they don't know what they're doing, Vampire Coast can stomp. And I know Scrambled Egg Special can make Vampire Coast work, but, like, I don't think he's, like... I don't think he's, like... actually, he does get pretty good line of sight. Maybe I just gotta get good. We'll see. So, like, the way Scrambled Egg Special goes is it goes 20 stack, and then he gets a bunch of range units, which is all pretty normal, right? But then, like, he manages to keep them way safer. I think he puts his gunnery mobs in the back. He puts them really far in the back and goes very slowly. So maybe I just gotta copy that style and just don't go for the Crabos, or like have one Crabo in reserve. I think the map is very important too. On a flat map, maybe Coast is not bad. Maybe it's not that bad. Oh god, the ranged factions are so brutal against them. So you use like range units to pick off the bombers. Like against a melee faction, I think Coast is really annoying. Like, you know, if I had to play like Nurgle into Coast or like Khorne into Coast, oh god, right, on a flat map, now that's pretty terrible. On a terrain advantage situation. But like, you know, I think all the other factions have so many options, right? Demons of Chaos, Zinch, even Beastmen got their archers. We'll see though, we'll see. Maybe I can cook something up. Give it some time. I will say I am liking these hyper cheap lords. How do they compare it to Silostra? So Silostra is 850. God, is it really just a Silostra fest? So Silostra is about as cheap as these guys. What does Coast need to be competitive at a high level? They gotta be able to capture points quickly. Hulks are fine-ish for that. Animated Hulks are kind of like Ogre Bulls. Let's actually just compare them real quick. So this is an Ogre Bull at 550. It's a decent unit. Animated Hulks have a lot more HP. But way less charge bonus. A little bit less speed. In theory, Hulks should be fairly good. The leadership you don't have to worry about because they're undead. So... yeah, I guess like Mourngulls kind of get beat up by Cav. They do okay. I think what Coast really needs is probably better mid-tier infantry. Like if Sirens and Death Guard. So like Sirens have too many counters right now. They die to archers, right? But if they could clear chaff, they would be really good. If they could just effectively clear chaff. They'd be pretty nice. They don't have tanky infantry, which is a little rough. Then you might rely on your Crabos. You know, a Coast... Okay, Coast as a faction is weak to archers. I think that's fine. Though they should have some way of, like, killing off range units. Rotting Leviathan does okay. The thing is, like, would I rather have one Rotting Leviathan or, like, 5 deckhands, you know? 5 deckhand polearms would have won me the game. That last battle. Instead of 1 Rotting Leviathan. Celestial Lion plus Jet Lion kills Thunder Tusk Stonehorn. Let's see here. Celestial Lion and Jet Lion. That makes sense. Does it work against normal Ogre Kingdoms builds? I guess if they're forced to take it. But yeah, these two guys are really good at fighting. Celestial Lion has -8 leadership AoE, which is pretty good. You know. It makes sense. It makes sense. You got 2 Pound Town fighters. Jet Lion has Missile Mirror, which is not too useful, but other than that, it's not bad. 50% spell resist could be good for Zinj. You're spending not that much too, right? It's just 2,500. Yeah, if you're really worried about single entities, probably just go for like a couple of these in Zhao and you're totally set. Give ROR depth guard pistols. But yeah, I think Coast, honestly, if the map pool was super flat, Coast would be in a better position. For starters. Here's the thing though, right? Like, so Scrambled Egg Special can get Coast to like a fairly scary point. Not to the point where they're like, you know, a top contender in the meta. But fairly scary. Fairly scary. But we're talking about like the best Vampire Coast player in the community right now. You know, like the best, you know, the best Beastman scarier is way scarier. The best Beastman player is way scarier. The best Vampire Counts player is way scarier. You know, Charix on Betonia, way scarier than Egg Special on Coast, I think. Actually, yeah, one of the benefits I have from being in the content creator program is CA is guaranteed to see my reports. So at least there's that. It doesn't mean that they'll fix it, but it means that they for sure see it. Can you do a little test, please, versus Thunder Tusk? Oh yeah, I guess we might as well. All right, so the statement is that if they have Thunder Tusk, let's say Thunder Tusk double Stonehorn dude, right? And they have a Scrag with Troll Guts. And you are playing as Cathay, and you have Zhao, a Jet Lion, and a Celestial Lion. We go on normal difficulty. How winnable is this? This is without support. I think they might win it because generally Stonehorns don't have the best leadership. And yeah, if you play with your infantry line, it'll probably be a bit better. But let's just see how this one pans out. So there they go. There's the march. It's terrifying. All right, you transform Zhao. Honestly, like Zhao already does pretty good against these guys. But let's just see. They beat 1 Thunder Tusk / Stonehorn, not all 3 of them. All right, well, let's see. So there's Scrag. He's kind of helping out. He's healing. There's the Fearsome Roar. Didn't even need it. These guys are using their range attack. AI is kind of dumb. Let's see here. Obviously, if they're bringing this much Stonehorn power, you should be able to have some other units. Okay, yeah, no, that doesn't work. Did they beat 1 Thunder Tusk Stonehorn? slash Stonehorn. Dude, you're paying more money to deal with one. Honestly, Zhao already should be able to kill it. But yeah. In a defensive bout, you're spending a lot less money than them. So you'd probably be able to have, like, you know, some Jade Warrior Halberds. You'd have your Peasant Archers. You'd have your Plague of Rust. You know, so it's not as bad as it looks. So, like, technically these armies are similarly costed. So you can totally just, you know, like 3v1 one of the Stonehorns with these guys while the other two are romping through your infantry. But then you can kill it off pretty fast and then you move on to the next. I think it'd be fine. Yeah, no, I already know 2 single entities beat 1 single entity, man. Of course these guys beat 1 Thunder Tusk slash Stonehorn. Like, look at the stat difference, right? These guys actually don't have the best combat stats. 30 melee defense, 44 melee attack, right? These guys got 60 melee defense, 40 melee attack. Actually, this one's a little bit lower, 36, 42. But they have a combined armor piercing damage of like 850. And you're spending more money, right? So like, okay, look, I'll show it off because people have been asking. But like this much I already knew, man. You're spending more money. You're spending more money on these guys. Like, I don't know what to, and it's a 2v1. I guess this is straightforward. Now, if they lost, that would be really bad. Kind of like pre-nerf Thunder Tusk. God, pre-nerf Thunder Tusk was hilarious and sad at the same time. Yeah, in before the nerfs, they would have lost, which would have been devastating. But you know, with 2 of these guys now, right? Then they can pile on in. You know, despite that, it's still kind of taking a little bit of damage just from those javelin shots. The javelin shots are pretty brutal. The thing is, if it gets healed by Scrag too, if it gets troll guts, it'd be pretty bad. You can break its leadership with the fearsome roar though. God, that's still pretty close, man. That's still pretty bad. The Celestial Lion kind of got beat up. It kind of got beat up despite this thing not even heal capping. That's pretty bad. I don't know. It should have been a stomp, right? 2v1, you're spending more money. And this thing's like mostly dead. If it healed, it probably could have killed the Celestial Lion. It's still good enough for, you know, single entity builds. It's still fine, but a little sus. Honestly, I might rather just have Jade Lancers. Ain't the Sentinel anti-infantry? So the Sentinel is anti-everything. It also, here's the thing. Anti-infantry is bonus versus infantry. Remember, people. It's bonus. Just because a unit has bonus versus infantry doesn't mean that it's bad versus large. Alright, let's take a look-see. That's a very common misconception. People see bonus versus large and they're like, I guess it can't fight infantry. It says bonus versus large. But yeah, that's not how it works. Anyway, Sentinel is slow. It's slower than this thing, but yeah, it does win in a grind. That massive melee attack bonus is pretty hype. Despite that, it still takes a lot of damage from its range attacks. But you know, the Sentinel, it does okay. Here's the thing, it's never gonna catch this guy. 56 speed to god dang 17 speed, man. This Sentinel can't move. Look at that. Okay, he goes up to 41. But like, come on, the Sentinel's a slow boy. All right. All right, we're playing Cathay versus guy. We're playing Cathay versus our opponent here. It's your grandest of Cathay. There we go. The map is going to be Road to Talabheim. Okay. It's a decent map. Uh-huh. Or who's this guy playing? Who is he playing? Yeah, if I still win 3, we might make it semis. We'll see. He's playing Khorne. At least I think he is. Okay, yeah, he's playing Khorne. All right, Grand Cathay versus Khorne. Oh God, excited to see you play Cathay? I'm not excited. This is a terrible matchup. How's Cathay doing to Khorne? I'd rather play against Chaos Dwarves. This is Wrathmonger's Wet Dream. This is the Wrathmonger special. Talibheim. Oh boy. How does a Sentinel do against regular Ogre Bulls? Can it hit them? It should be able to, unless it's has a bugged attack animation. Sometimes it do. Alrighty, so Khorne. Max out balloons. The Furies would be a problem. Furies are a big issue against that. I could go full air dominance. Okay, so Khorne. Yeah, this is a real bad matchup. This one right here is real bad. 0 infantry. Let's see here. If I go for the no infantry strats, how does this go? Wow, everybody, no faith in chat. No faith. All right, now I gotta prove everyone wrong. It's okay. This guy isn't like, he's not like a super spooky player. I might be able to pull out some shenanigans. Triple drum. Let's see here. What if I go no infantry? No infantry versus Khorne is hilarious. I can kite the Wrathmongers around a little bit. I have faith in 0 infantry. It's actually not bad, because then like they never catch you, right? 0 infantry Cathay. You know, I think I might have faith in that too. It's a proper ODM style build. Let's see. So I definitely want this guy. Look, Khorne is weak to kite, and taking new 0 infantry is kind of like kite. It's kind of like kite in a sense. Let's see here. Sure, we take some of that. Okay, magic wise, what type of spell casting do I want? Probably, most definitely this thing. There you go. Nice, nice. Okay, all right. You know what? This is actually kind of hype. I'm looking at this build. It's kind of hype. Terracotta Sentinels do anything here? Let's see. Are there heroes or lords I can take that are helpful? Is this guy useful in the slightest? Gate Master. Immune to flanking for 30 seconds. Oh, hell yeah. Technically, he has the only skirmisher unit Cathay has is the Gate Master. He has a ranged attack. And he's the only guy, the only man in the entire history of Cathay that has learned how to be on a horse and shoot at the same time. Crazy. Take a cool color scheme, sure. If I'm running the Gate Master, I should play as the Gate faction. Was this Celestial Loyalists? Is that the right one? Imperial Wardens. Green Cathay, green versus red. And then the rest is just spam single entities and hope for the best, I guess. Let's see here. Single entity spam. What's the best? Jetline has way more melee defense. Or I take Terracotta Sentinels like a madman. Yo, did you know you can't actually go no infantry as Cathay? You run out of units. I literally, I have to take either artillery or infantry with how I set up my build. God dang it, man. God dang Cathay with their jank. Oh, Nelly, man, their options are limited. They could really use a proper DLC. I guess they did get a DLC, but... yeah, let's try it out. It's a big map. At least it's fairly advantaged for us. With the playstyle I'm trying out. Yeah, I could go single entity monsters and healing. Gate Master will carry. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He has a sick ranged attack. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a Gate Master meta. If you win this, I'll worship you forever. There's a strong likelihood that Khorne just misplays this. Like, this isn't SEPA, man. This ain't SEPA, so I'm not too worried. Right? Usually when I lose the first round, it's a little bit more manageable. I don't want to underestimate my opponent. They may still be a god, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. All right. He has 8 units. You're a triple Wrathmonger. This is promising. So the idea is I can basically single out Khorne units. He's a goof though. Okay, he likes fooling around. So he has Karnak, he has some skirmishers, he has his cannon. Okay. So build wise, yeah, he has the Wrathmongers. This build basically says I can ignore the Wrathmongers for a little bit, and I should be okay. Weirdly enough, this is actually a fairly good situation for Crane Gunners. I was forced to take a range unit. But yeah, the Crane Gunners are pretty good into like everything he took here. So I'm just gonna run them, and then he's gonna have to commit his Bloodwake Berserkers to the Crane Gunners, and then I should be okay. They should be decent. Yeah, they should be decent into this situation. I got my Plague of Rust caster, and then we'll summon in the Gate Master, and then we should be fine. Who would have guessed it? Crane Gunners, pretty good versus Skirmish. Valkyr absolutely should get dumpstered by this. I ain't worried about that. And we'll have some sick Gate Master plays coming in a second here. I just gotta make sure she doesn't pop off against me. Anyways, I got Harmony. Harmony Jade Lancers against Doggos is pretty nice. Crane Gunners are doing fine. Gate Master's in. The master of the gates. He's real. All right, there you go. Anyway, so I can decrease the leadership of his Furies to get them to crumble a bit faster. You can see how good Jade Lancers are versus Doggos. They're pretty good. Gate Master on Valkyr. He's Spear of Slopnird. The ground. Oh boy, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. That's a straight Shockwave in Warcraft 3 shenanigans. Yeah, so I thought Shockwave hit air when I played Warcraft 3. He thought Spear of Slopnir hit Empress Croman for Warhammer, and that means Valkyrie is just gone. She's just gone. Hell yeah. All right. Well, that's about as decisive as it gets, right? Valkyria got absolutely dumpstered. As long as my guys here survive, I should be okay. He's pretty done for. Mad Lad doing it. I think my opponent could have had a much scarier army. Although pure infantry wouldn't exactly be good versus this anyways. But I feel like he could have had a lot more spookiness. All right, here we go. Get him, Gate Master. He has 11 value. The 11 value Gate Master for the win. Also, yeah, Valkyrie is a chump. Valky is an absolute chump, man. She's not too great. All right, come on, Gate Master. This one's on you. You were built for this. This was your destiny. What do I want? You know, I could just get Terracotta Sentinel. Maybe good against what he has here. Big commitment on the Gate Master. He actually felt like he had to dive the Gate Master. I'm gonna reduce Karnak to 0 armor because it's hilarious. Then we just beat him up. Big boy Terracottas on the field too. And then as long as I just don't give him value on the Bloodwake Berserkers, I'm fairly fine. So I can just pull back here. Does a Terracotta beat the Bloodwake Berserkers? I guess that's the big question, right? Yo, it's kind of crazy. His build was pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. We like kind of just hard countered his build. I don't think Skirmisher's here. I think he was really worried about a Balloon Max. I think that's what makes the most sense, right? Balloon Max Cathay would have been a little scary. Holy crap. Did the Bloodwake Berserkers just die to a Terracotta? I think the Bloodwake Berserkers actually just got massacred by Terracotta. Which value does this thing have? 200 already. You got like 10% of the HP off of them. God dang. Alright, well, that was easy. GG. Would you look at that? The Mobility Max. The unexpected Moby Max Cathay. Oh, God. Anyways, yeah, the whole Valkyria gang caught was just going to be rough for him regardless. Made the matchup look downright Cathay favored. Close victory. Cathay confirmed top 1. Okay, so obviously the Marauder Horsemen, which he has to take, suck here. If he goes too hard on the single entities, they get mobbed by Crowmen and such. Absolute insanity. Thank you very much for the $2. Yo, I'm surprised how bad the Bloodwake Berserkers did, though. That was the biggest surprise. This build is actually pretty good versus Wrathmongers, maybe. Because you have such high damage, you kill them before they can do anything. Let's see here. All right. Great success. Where's my exercise? I had a rough morning, Noble Naldor. No exercise for today. I had a bunch of tech issues. I don't know. I'm a tired person right now. I'm a tired man. New meta unlocked. Yeah. You know, I think it's surprisingly not bad. Now, even if he had infantry, right? Like, infantry would suck against this. Full surround on Khorne Gores to insta-route them. The Plague of Rust is also hilarious. Because you will delete them with your Jade Lancers. Flesh Hounds will suck here. Blood Beast will suck here. You know, it's like maybe this is how you play Cathay. Who knows? I take full credit. Yeah. Harmony and Rust. It's beautiful. Double Terracotta is kind of weird too. The Gate Master, I don't know. But what do I do with my points? You'll be able to spend more than enough come Monday. Yeah, Terracotta you drop down to 1. Yo, the funny thing about this, so I was looking at this, I'm like, okay, I can take 2 single entities. I'll take 2 Terracottas. And then these are the only units you can take. After you take this, there's nothing left. Like, what am I supposed to run? I think you do only run 1 Terracotta. You take the crane gunners for the anti-skirmish. Because you want them to advance towards you, right? There's some builds where you want them to just walk to you. I think the Gate Master is a meme. You're probably gonna skip out on the Gate Master so you can take another single entity. Like a, what does this guy do? Disrupted reduces physical resist. You know, that's kind of hype. Yeah, this feels a little bit better. So I'll save this one as, I don't know. God, it looks silly, but it actually kind of cooks. But Grand Cathay versus Khorne. Oh, whoops. It's, yeah, there you go. Cathay versus Khorne. Alright. I'll save it. The jankiest of Khorne builds. Yeah, the lines are kind of meh, but like, you know, you gotta take something, right? This one is magic damage. Oh, this one's not magic damage, but it reduces physical resist. It does silence. You can missile mirror his horsemen and to keep them off your back for 18 seconds. The paper tigers. It's 1200 for 5800 HP. Let's compare them to the de facto good boy. So they have about the same speed as a Vargulf. Holy crap, they got no HP compared to a Vargulf. I see what you mean, guys. I see what you mean. So what? You're saying I should take not a lion? I should take a double terracotta instead of cannon lion. Sneaky Satang. Sneaky Satang. Yeah, that's crazy. But like, if Khorne is playing super, you know, if they have a ton of skirmishers, you could go for a Satang for the lulz. This is like your anti-kite. The Satang, I don't know. Is Windbow, did it get nerfed or is it still good versus infantry? I feel like I don't know, he doesn't clear things fast enough, does he? You need like infantry clear. Once you have enough of a value lead from your initial army, you actually have to go kill stuff. Honestly, I might rather just have like 4 crane gunners. Because the crane gunners do actually kill things super fast. And Khorne's probably going to play back when he sees a full cav stack. Or he's going to move forwards to try and bring his skirmishers in. You know, I feel like the crane gunners are where it's at. There you go. Triple terracotta. Can you even go triple terracotta? Rare single entities. Oh yeah, triple terracotta. Terracotta army. Do you have Searing Doom? No Searing Doom. Interesting. Very interesting. I think the fact that Khorne is so they have to be a little bit worried about like a balloon build. I think they can probably just infantry spam you to screw you over. But if they're worried about this enough to take skirmishers and they bring wrathmongers, then hard maybe. That one peasant spearman, like, I'm helping. Oh man, yeah, that one spearman. They have no capture weight, right? Aren't they expendable? Yeah. Terrible capture weight. It's interesting that they're expendable. They're probably the strongest expendable unit in the game. I would hazard a guess. Don't need it when you have crows. Don't need what? Oh, the bomber crows. Bomber crows are hype. Alright, I gotta learn Coast though. Yo, how do you play Coast? How do you play Coast? You just cut the deck chopper handguns. The lion? Ah. For harmony? Yeah, yeah. Crows, and you'll always have crows, means that you will always have harmony. Crows helped Cathay a lot, man. Dude, you guys remember Cathay before they had crows? Oh boy, they were even worse. They were hot garbage. Steaming hot garbage, man. Oh my gosh. Oh man, your Jade Lancers tried to do anything. They have no harmony. They die instantly. What a life. What a brutal existence for the forces of Cathay. The bandits of the Silver Road are expendable, god dang. Yeah, Crowmen were a huge game changer. And despite that, Cathay still sucks. Alright, let's see here. So, there's a few things that kind of work, kind of not really. Deck dropper handguns are fine. I think the pistol mobs, we cut them. And I should be starting with like a bomber deckhand core, and we summon in the pistols. Deck dropper handgunners are fine. I think I really like going for handgunners. The thing is, even when they are completely uncontested, more or less, I still lose. Which is really sad. When I'm like Bunaying his harpies and he has like no range units to shoot up, and they got to kill skirmishers, and they still don't get their value back, that's bad. That's really bad. Well, they barely got their value back, but like they should have gotten like 2x their value. There was something weird happening that game. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about deck droppers, man. CA's just gotta rework Coast and Cathay. Sure. And not just because I'm playing them. Alright, and Skaven too. What are the other factions? Lizardmen, I just need to practice more. I just haven't played them a lot. We got Dowie, Chaos Dwarves, Skaven, Demons of Chaos. Ooh, I gotta learn Demons of Chaos at some point. Actually, I think Demons of Chaos is actually probably worse than my Lizardmen, ain't it? I feel like Demons of Chaos, I'm like starting to really forget how they play. So I'm just gonna put them below my Lizardmen. I should start learning them. Yeah, Khorne is weird, man. I think Khorne's just weak. I think Khorne's a weak faction. I think they get abused at the highest level. And want special treatment confirmed. Alright, fine. We'll have them buff Slanesh instead. How's that feel? Single Carronade. Single Carronade doesn't really do much. How did we end up with Vampire Coast so low? I have played very few Vampire Coast games in Domination. I don't know what I'm doing with them. Not anymore. In land battle, I know how to play them. At least before they got nerfed into oblivion. In Domination, everything's weird. Like, I never played with Rotting Leviathans back in the day. So I don't even know how to micro them. Next DLC. No, that's actually gonna nerf Slanesh because they'll be banned in every tournament. Who knows though? Here's the thing. Even if Slanesh, all their DLC units suck, they'll still be really strong. Unless they get some nerfs. Anyways, I'll be back in a second. I gotta get my water. Animated Hulks. They're technically kind of similar to Ogre Bulls, but I think their charges and their animations are way worse. I forgot my water. 1 second. They're technically kind of close to Ogre Bulls, in a way. Ogre Bulls have Ogre Charge. Well, you're not charging your Hulks at Spheres anyways, right? I guess that is true, though. I think their impact damage is probably way worse. They have a lot more HP, though. You know, is that? But yeah, they're not a backbreaker. Like, what in this roster is, like, exceptionally good at what it does? Everything here is okay at what it does and has some of the hardest counters ever. Like, Moringles are okay at clearing infantry, and they get hard countered. Sirens are okay at routing off chaff, and they get hard countered twice over. Pole arms are expensive enough where they're worth shooting. They're very slow, so they can't get in the fight that they want to. I guess these guys are pretty good at tanking HP. I think the deckhand mobs are probably the best at what they do. Also, yeah, gun crabs are missile units. God, why is this? So you can't take rotting Promethean gunnery mobs because they have this. It's like if the rotting Leviathan counted as a gun unit. It don't make sense. Actually, I should report that. Rotting Promethean's gunnery mob should not be a it should not be a gun unit. Back to CA. God, I don't know if they hate me or not for just me spamming feedback, but like, they said I should. They told me that they're here to listen to all my everything. All right, here we go. All right, watch. They turn the rotting Leviathan into a gun unit. That would be that would be the worst. But rotting Promethean. Rotting Prometheans gunnery mob. Yo, I can't wait for the next patch. If they implement half of the things I suggested, it would all be such a huge game changer. Alright. Prometheans shouldn't count since Coast is already Coast has so many range units and they, you know, I'll just leave it at Prometheans. Prometheans probably shouldn't count as ranged. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, there you go. So much feedback. The infinite feedback. The downside is the patch is ages away. It's ages away, man. What, I gotta wait half a year for these to get implemented? Hey, look, if they get implemented, though, I'm happy, okay? No complaints if they actually implement any of this. Yo, does the Thunder Tusk count as a range unit? It does, okay. Well, I guess it does have its main shot. What's another thing that has ranged attacks? You know, or maybe they should make it count. Let's see. So what has range? So Ragnarok spiders of the normal variety don't count as a range unit. Seems like big single entities generally don't count. When will they let ghosts pass through walls? Well, like, it'd be hard to select them, right? It'd be really janky. They'd have to like overhaul siege battles. Although, didn't they say they were gonna overhaul siege battles? Is there a siege battle? Is there a siege battle, or is this just like speculation from the community? I know I've been wishing for a siege battle rework. It'd be nice. Let's see here. Siege rework 2.0. Please. Let's see here. I know that's probably one of the most complained things, right? Let's see here. What else? I'm looking for units with missiles. Okay, I think here's my thing. Okay. So the Shredder of Lustria, that doesn't count as a range unit, right? Bastiladons with the little skinks on their back also don't count as a range unit. Forget walls, I'll settle for walking through gates. Oh God. God, the gate bugs. Yeah, so that doesn't count as a range unit. Let's see here. Thunderous one does. It has a long range attack. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, yeah, mounted range dudes generally doesn't count. Is there another one? What's the closest thing to those rotting Prometheans? SFO sieges sounds fun. Thunderous one also attacks with lightning and melee. Yeah, that doesn't really count though, right? Do the Norskin Ice Wolf chariots count as range units? I'm telling you right now, these Ice Wolf chariots should not count. They probably do though. Yeah, they do. God, that's janky. It does not have a good range attack. Oh, I wonder if the goblin chariots count as ranged. Let's take a look-see. Ooh, do the pump wagons count as ranged? Okay, I think pump wagons is a good one. Yeah, pump wagons don't count. Pump wagons don't count as ranged. Yeah, I feel like if rotting Prometheans are ranged, pump wagons should count as ranged. Then you'll have people complaining. Imagine if you're playing multiplayer, you're like, oh, hell yeah. You take some pump wagons, right? And then you're like, okay, anyways, I got my melee units. Now let's go for like an archer build. You take like you take a couple archers, and then it's like, what? I'm already at 12 out of 12 range units. What's range? And then it's like, oh, the pump wagons count as range units. It don't make sense. Oh, hell yeah, we're up against Martin. Hell yeah. Yo, yo, I'm Vampire Coast. Yeah. There's some inconsistencies there for sure. All right, we're on Rock Fort. Chateau. He's Grand Cathay. Doom Wheels. Do Doom Wheels count as ranged? They don't. Yeah. It's mostly consistent in that minor range attacks that are kind of bonus don't count as ranged. At least that's the typical way they go about it. What's your favorite food? Ooh, I don't know, man. A lot of food I like. I generally like greasy food, though. I'm a big fan of greasy food. Milk. Okay, milk is like nice for like how easy it is to get, but like, is it favorite food material? Absolutely not. Grandest of Cathay on Rockfort? Okay. An American at heart, dude. I've been whitewashed to hell and back. I can't even speak Viet, man. God dang. Let's see here. So it's Grand Cathay. They have a lot of stuff. ODM stands for Order de Malta, something like that. I don't know what it is. All right. I got me an idea. Grandest Cathay. How do you do? Is this what I want? This is what I really want. Is this good? Is this a good kit? It's okay. It's okay. My goat is washed. Let's see. Okay, so definitely spamming these bad boys. And then... God dang, I don't like Cathay, man. Grand Cathay is a menace. What's the best way to deal with this? You know what? Sure, this'll be fine. This right here will be dandy. We're gonna wreck them. Sirens are a death sentence because Crowmen. Fellbats died to Crowmen pretty hard too. Don't really want to go for that. Okay. Alright. I have a build. Is this really what I'm going for? Is this really what I'm going for? Do I need cannons? Can Cathay out-cannon my cannons? Do I care? Okay, well, they can definitely artillery spam me. And that would be most unfortunate. I can't afford to let them artillery spam me. Oh god, the range unit restrictions are butts though. It's big butts. Vampire Coast really do need a lot of range units, don't they? Okay, it's fine. I can manage it. Animated Hulks are very okay here. They ain't anything special though. I'll take one of these, however. Alright. God, I don't know how I feel about this build, but you know what? It's Coast. God, I think Coast sucks. I gotta at least get to the point with Coast where I'm like, You know, I gotta be at least second to Egg Special. If I can be the second best Coast player, where at least we can cause a little bit of fear when we whip out Coast, then maybe. Doggos. I have one doggo. Here's the play. So this time around, I said screw it. I'm gonna take the infantry bomber out. Let's see if this guy has what it takes to kill the wacko line of bombers. So generally, right, you go for kind of like a dispersed formation like so. Usually you want to get a little bit of partial checkerboarding so that guys that sneak through the gaps, you have other blockers for them. I have a Bunic caster, and it's just a fat stack of dudes. On top of that, I got a Crabbo. I got some depth guard. I got the pistol mob summons with the advanced vanguard. Be a shame if Cathay had cheap archers. Maybe I'm pushing back with the bombers. We'll see. Coast still clearly worse than Cathay. I think my performance with Cathay is better than my Coast. Lines up with the list. But yeah, I got decent loadout. You know, I have the goods. I have the things that generally work here. Cathay bombers suck. I don't have to worry about that. My bombers are far better than Cathay bombers. Yeah, breadth attacks will be common. At worst, they hit a 450 gold unit. It's like 200 gold per cast. Cast it 10 times, 2,000 value. It's painful, but it's what we have to live with. Now, am I summoning in a cannon at the beginning of the battle? Probably might as well, right? I think there's no huge downside for going for such a tool. It is stealthed right now. Stealth cannon. So you may just eat a shot to the face. Bandits of the Silver Road. Makes sense. God, my army is slow. Why am I playing Coast on the biggest maps known to man? I don't know. Does he see the cannon? Oh yeah. Little bit of early poke damage for his peasant horsemen. His forces are fairly spread out. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. We just gotta reform our ranks real quick. I got a sick line of dudes. Now, what do we want to do here? So, he has a lot of infantry. He has some peasant horsemen. This is not a terrible build to bring a big Crabbo into existence. What's that? He could use his Crowman to just bomb drop my guys. That would be pretty sad. But yeah, I feel like this is a decent situation for a big Crabbo. I think Zhao might be a little bit of a menace to it, though. So I'll probably have to deal with Zhao first, and then we'll be okay. Yeah, just some peasant horsemen. Who cares? Whatever, man. Is Zhao gonna come in and breath attack this thing? I got pistol mobs. At least I got a couple pistol mobs. They can get some work done. Cannon's throwing them in for a loop. If he sacks 2 horsemen for this, I'm feeling okay. Yeah, he wants that Lord Snipe real bad. Okay. First things first, get the Lord to safety. This is what these guys are for. Breath attack on the bombers. Miscasts, pretty brutal. Cannon's actually hurting Zhao pretty bad. That's kind of nice. And he's gonna have to pull away from that. He has a cannon himself. Okay. He does have a cannon himself. Good to know, good to know. So, what we're doing. Am I hard pushing him? I don't like Coast on the aggressive. That sounds kind of rough. I guess I'm just waiting for him to jump my artillery. We have the goods, though. We have the goods. We have many goods. So we'll just go for a little bit of a surroundo there. He's capturing this point on this flank. You know what? I'm just going to go for it. He did just sack both of his cav units for this. That's 400 gold for 750. That is absolutely an uptrade. So I think that's actually really good for me, ain't it? I feel like that's really good. Should be pretty difficult for him, as I just have a sick value lead now. Like, Zhao's doing his best to kill the artillery crew. They can reman the cannon to give themselves an HP boost. And losing Zhao and 2 peasant horsemen, now that's a value deal and a half, I must say. Overall, a decent beginning to such battles. And I have depth guard, and he doesn't have a lot that can actually contest them, right? So I just got to keep the formation tight. So these guys are going to hang around over here to help out. Zhao's getting obliterated. He's actually getting obliterated really bad. Do these guys have a slowing effect? They do! Yo, easy win, people. Easy win. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Zhao's getting massacred. Zhao's getting bullied. He's getting absolutely bullied. Well, I'll just leave that for him for a bit. The depth guard will be good here. Yeah, he has 1 depth guard getting brutalized pretty hard, but Zhao's getting bloody massacred right now by those Morngulls and the pistol mobs. Imagine throwing away your lord like that. I would never. Definitely. I would absolutely never. Holy crap. Zhao's getting brutalized. He's getting so massacred. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, the slows. Debated, son. All this for 1 measly cannon. That's a painful one. That's an oopsies if I've ever seen one. Oh my god, the doggos are just shredding him now. Doggos are going ham. He's on the run. These guys are getting caught by depth guard too, because the depth guard are slightly faster. Oh my god, Zhao. Oh, what a grim fate you have. What a grim fate that has befallen you. Now the depth guard are going ham. They're popping off. Couple peasant horsemen here, whatevs. Zhao is getting lower by the second. I gotta capture this point though. And I still got summon dudes, right? You know, I can't get a cannon here because we have a sick flank on him. Then I can start shooting his cannon. We've outmaneuvered him Napoleonic style. Jade Lancers, goodbye. You are eating that ability in the face, that's for sure. Depth guard doing great, as they always do. Depth guard hype. Zhao has used up his heal now, and he's still getting brutalized. The slow march of Zhao. I've almost killed off his artillery piece, though. That's going to be brutal. And there go the Jade Lancers. Buna. A mighty ability indeed. Depth guard are doing great. There's a triple cap. And his cannon crew is now routing. So now I can get flank shots on his long spearmen. That should be pretty nice. Point is mine. Hell yeah. His archers are shut down. He does have another Jade Lancer. I gotta be a little wary. A few of my bombers have gone caught out just a little bit, but I think I can start pushing him here. That should be fine. Depth guard are great there. And then if I summon a depth guard here, then they can take out this business. Oh, the cannon volley clips the Jade Lancers too. Brutal. Zhao is still running. He's still running. That's hilarious. His bombers do nothing versus my zombies, by the way. Cathay bombers just kind of suck. That's just kind of how their life works. God, that's what a menace. Yo, this unit's kind of hype. Maybe I've been underrating those Regiment of Renowned Morngulls. They actually just won me the game in one fell swoop. Like, he could have gone so much value with Zhao. He could have sniped my lord. He had dreams, man. He had options. And now they're gone. How's my artillery doing? Here we go. Yeah, we'll just keep pummeling his very expensive infantry there. And we can just fully shove him back now. This cav I'll finish off with another Buna. And then I'll get a Crabbo to handle this situation. The artillery helps with the leadership too. Zhao's almost dead. The doggos are nibbling on him. The doggos are just constantly nibbling. I don't know how much value they actually got. 230, that's fine. Zhao, he's getting bullied now. And we're capturing the point. Wondrous. So Zhao's basically out of the picture. He can't even kill my lord anymore. Now my cannons can yeah, fire at the peasant horsemen. God, that one cannon and the thingy. One cannon and one night terror was enough to beat Cathay. God, poor Zhao. All right, it's not over just yet though, right? We can't get too confident. He still has a few doodads here that that I gotta be wary of. He is charging straight for the cannons. Okay. I'll surprise him with the pistol mob summon. So he's gonna have to maneuver more. That should screw him up pretty hard. Zhao lives. He does live. What a mad lad. Okay, you know, I guess Zhao, credit where credit is due. He did actually do pretty well there. He survived the onslaught. Another lost peasant horseman, though, is rough. And I should be able to get the big Crabbo in soon. Big Crabbo, specifically, very spooky. Because I don't think Zhao can kill it anymore. Previously, where I was a little worried for it, now it shall have free reign. Moringals are idling. So we'll go over here. Make sure to always check your idling units. Very important. Very, very important. I'll just ignore Zhao. I have the cannons on him. That's fine. We have triple capped him. He is pulling back a little bit. This is where the zombie tide of Vampire Coast comes into play, though, right? If I spam zombies on all the points, he should never be able to retake them. Ah, the peasant horsemen rallied. Good for them. Zhao's dodging up a storm. Khorne is a fairly good Buna target. They're expensive and don't have a lot of HP. It's a very nice place to put down Buna. Depth guard are holding him back. And yeah, even though he's kited all the way back here, but like there's no way he retakes any of these points, right? Ain't no way he's able to secure any of them back. I got a bomber crew over there. Crabbo's in. And the game is over. Great success. Gee, that was kind of disgusting. I really didn't expect the Night Terrors to do so well. But they kind of wrecked his face. Kind of wrecked his face. Vampire Coast versus Grand Cathay. Coast wins. Yeah, let's take a look. 1600 value. Amazing. Yo, Night Terror is slow, man. That's why they're the Night Terrors. I wonder if Zhao could have just killed them, though. Should he have just sat there and just fought them? Cannons did okay. He killed his cannons. Did have one celestial crossbow. Didn't pay for itself. And there's just a fat coast rush. How did the depth guard do? 1500, 650. Got some chevrons. 300 kills on the halberd depth guard. Polearm depth guard are actually quite good against infantry. Their armor piercing helps them a lot. You know, you still have to make sure they don't get shot to death. There should be, you know, if there was a depth guard with silver shields, if vampires could just put their pride away and just equip some shields, god dang it, they'd be fine. I don't think there's a single vampire in lore that uses a shield, though. For whatever reason, I guess maybe it slows them down too much. I don't know. At least have a buckler, man. Come on. Fencers use bucklers. You can do it. But yeah. When they get shot, it's pretty brutal. Anyways, you just kind of shoved them back. You did a good job shutting down my bomber corps, but they did their job, pushing them as far back as humanly possible. The doggos were great. Nerve Coast. You can't say nerf Coast and buff Cathay though. This was up against Cathay. Replay 1111 soon. Blood Knights have shields. Oh yeah, the cavalry. The cavalry, the Blood Knights, the only shielded vampire units in the entire history of Warhammer. The Red Duke? The Red Duke, he has a shield! What the crap? The Red Duke has a shield. I didn't even know. Von Karstein Lord has a shield. Interesting. Ah, look at that. Okay. Where's my Depth Guard shields, man? Okay, I guess pirates are less shieldy, but man, a tanky unit of Depth Guard would be good. It would be good. Sorry if that was loud. Stretching. When did you ever see a pirate with the shield? Pirates with a shield. Here. You have any shields? This don't. Did pirates use shields? It looks like they might have had a buckler. They might have had a buckler. Small shields. Yeah. Small shields for cutlass in one hand, small shield in the other. It's either that or you use pistol in the offhand. You can kind of block with the pistol. That's not going to help versus guns, though, right? Go on, give them 12% missile resist. Bucklers at best, yeah. Vikings were basically pirates with shields. The OG pirate. Imagine if all zombie pirates had... Dude, if they could just get these guys to hold shields, zombie pirate deckhand mobs would be OP. Yeah, Norskins. Alright, seriously though, like how much more money would I have to pay to get these guys shields? Maybe there's just not a lot of shields to find, you know? They're all made out of wood, the sea salt just rotting it away. Deteriorating it. I don't know. The more like raiders. What's the difference between a raider and a pirate anyways? I guess Vikings and Norskins don't raid ships. That's the big difference. It's land piracy and ocean piracy. And obviously ocean piracy wins out. Norskin vampires? Don't tell me about Norskin vampires, okay? They already did it once. And I'm not letting them do it again. This is a tragedy. This right here, absolute travesty. Why would you do such things? Aranessa is the only vampire unit that never got her time in the limelight. Even from the golden age of Vampire Coast, Aranessa has been... Prit Garbo, she's been a meme. Let's see here. In my 2CA, do I have Aranessa in here? Underperforming lords. Kazrak, Raponce, Zaytan, Be'lakor, Rakarth, Grombrindle, Archlector, Lord Magistrate, Grimgor, Prince, Mother Estenkia, Tic-Tac-Toe, Marauder Chieftain, Greasus, Tretch, Kalita, Village, Aranessa, Orion. I do have Aranessa in here. Wonderful. Aranessa should have a way bigger net because it only affects ground units. Marcus Wolfheart it can affect air. It's crazy. My mermaid waifu. Dude, she's expensive too. Aranessa, you can make it cost 350. Why not? She's like the only source of a net on the roster. Yeah, and it sucks. 18-second net, 100-meter range. You can take her on a mount. I think if you put her on a rotting Promethean, she should count as undead. Then at least she's getting somewhere. That's the lazy solution. The interesting solution is to give her way more damage resist. Give her way more damage resist. Just make this be like, you know, make it like a 3-minute damage resist 75%. No one's gonna run her. Even if you do that. Like, you can make Aranessa indestructible, alright? Nobody cares. Because what you need is magic. You don't need a single entity duelist in Vampire Coast. Alright, she's still gonna die to vampire counts anyways. Like, Lord Snipe is strong. It's gonna be 75%, I don't care. Make the net, you know what, maybe if the net lasts 10 years, make the net permanent, and maybe I'll run Aranessa. If the net is literally permanent. It still has so much counterplay because it's 100-meter range and she's not fast. At 5k health. She needs 8,000 health, mate. All these guys have so little health. Even Noctilus has 5k health. Did you know Aranessa has more health than Noctilus? On her crab. On foot, she's 4,200. 4,300. And no armor. 20 armor? God dang. Brutal. Just gotta unsummon the unit after it gets netted. Oh my gosh. God, that's some BM. Hey, maybe if you can net their lord and they're not flying, then it'll get there. I don't know. That's all I got. Yeah, make your weapon have an aura like Alberic. That'd be cool. Alright, did Sipa win their matches? Let me check. Where's Sipa at in the bracket right now? 2 wins! Are they playing their match right now? They lost to Charix! I'm not making it to semis. Yeah, Aranessa, I don't know. Like this. Okay, she has Kraken's Bane. +8 bonus versus large, +5 melee attack. Compare that to Alberic. +12 bonus versus large strider, +4 leadership. She gives melee attack. She's not Alberic though, right? She's far from it. Miles away actually. She has all hands ahoy. 20-second buff. 25 base weapon damage. Holy crap. It's a crazy. Go wild. That's 20 seconds. 20 seconds. This should like double the damage. What the crap? This ability needs a rework. 25%. You know what that effectively is? Let's see. What gives a 25% bonus? She effectively gives, where's it at? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Actually, you know what? Think about it. 20 seconds. It's upgraded Wissen's Wild form, man. That's 8 winds of magic every 90 seconds. Holy crap. 8 winds of magic every 90 seconds. That's almost like a burning head every 90 seconds. Holy crap. That's gotta be OP, right? That's gotta be OP. This is like the best spell in the game. Everyone loves overcasting Wissen's Wild form. For sure. For sure. This must be good. Oh my gosh. God dang. I really hope we see a massive spell rework and ability rework. CA has to realize one day that 25% damage is garbage. And 16 leadership on undead for 20 seconds. That's like 100 damage worth of crumbling. Yeah, yo, yo. Yeah. Manan's luck, 15 seconds. 24 melee defense. That's like, oh, I know the spell. That's like Cascading Fire Cloak, actually. It's better than Cascading Fire Cloak. So imagine, right? You play Aranessa. You're basically getting... Okay, it doesn't last as long. God, it might be worse than Fire Cloak. The damage resistance is nice, though. But you're basically getting, like, what, 12 winds of magic every 90 seconds? Maybe a bit more, right? You're getting, like, 14 winds of magic every 90 seconds. 14 winds of magic value every 90 seconds. Man, that's pretty good. So it's almost, you know, you're approaching like 2 spirit leeches. So it's like you get 1 spirit leech every 45 seconds. God dang. God dang, man. Holy crap. I want to throw up. All right. Oh, enough memeing. Enough memeing. Yo, this one's permanent though. Permanent +5 melee attack bonus is large. Holy crap. This should be map wide. Give more lords map wide buffs, you know? I feel like that'd be cool. Would it be broken? That's the point. I want some interesting stuff. Give me some interesting stuff. Yo, it'd be so cool if Luther Harkin had a so like right now, right, Magical Void is cool, but it's so like, oh man, I swear CA is afraid of big numbers. They never go above 50. Okay, the only time they go above, like, look, here's the thing, Nakari has plus 100% damage. At least it's starting to get it, right? So Witch Stealer's sword, man, 17 seconds though. They're so afraid. They're so afraid of having good buffs. So this is 100% damage. This is when I saw this, I was like, holy crap, they actually did it. They went above 50% damage. But yeah, damage and resistances, they're very afraid of that. I feel like Luther Harkin, if he actually had a proper spell counter, you could stop the burning head shenanigans. Technically, if you want a meme, you can fly Luther Harkin and follow the burning head, right? And then it will save some of your zombies, but that's pretty garbage. What this should be, I think, to make this spell way more interesting, like borrow from RTS. 5 charges, 0-second cooldown. So when you see a spell get cast on your units, right, you can throw this down and give it more magic resist. Vampire Coast has no magic resist options except for Luther, so he should be good at it. Make it at least 60%. I'll settle for 60. I personally would go with 90 and make it last like, you know, make it last like 10 seconds. So it's a proper counter spell. Just like on tabletop, right? You just negate that spell. Would it be OP? I don't know. Would it make Luther get run against factions that cast a lot of spells? Hell yeah. 5 might be excessive. 3 should be okay. Well, like, what are you protecting, right? No one's casting spells on your depth card anyways. I think if they buffed Coast in general, 5 would be excessive. But like realistically, what are people using spells against? I guess 5 would be really good at keeping Queen Bess alive. And God, we wouldn't want a meta where people run cool units. You know, man, Queen Bess doesn't deserve to live against spells. You know what? After you block the spells, Queen Bess deserves to die. You know what? Screw it. Just okay. Actually, though, a Queen Bess alive the whole game. You can dodge it though, and you have to use Luther. Maybe make it cost more. Maybe you can buy charges. I don't know. 5 would be a little excessive. You could get almost immune to spellcasting if you run Luther. I guess that's not really his shtick, even though it is called Magical Void. Void meaning emptiness, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? Oh, we're up against Serica? Oh boy. Yo, yo. Yo, I'm facing against some spicy opponents today. I'm Grand Cathay. Well, at least we'll go out with a bang. If I don't make it to semis, I'll probably just cast, I'll do the coaching and then call it a day. I'm rather busy, unfortunately, and I have to make a bunch of videos. So, yeah, I'll probably do that. Knowing CA, it'll have a 2-minute cooldown. Yeah, the 2-minute cooldown's pretty extreme. 2-minute cooldown's spicy, man. All right, Grand Cathay. He's Empire. It's on Itza. This is as good as it gets. I win this, I actually have a decent chance at semis. Not that decent, mind you. I'm ranked, what, 7th out of the players right now? But Serica is higher than me. Yeah, if I win this, I'll probably make it to semis. The problem is winning this. Serica's a very good player. And I'm playing Cathay. You got this. Make Cathay proud. Do my best. The Empire. Land of the good infantry and ranged boys. I think I have a few things that are scary for Empire to deal with. Although no blasting charges. Blasting charges are the enders of... They end Empire. Very well indeed. Let's see here. What could he bring? He has options, that's for sure. You could go Man-Tide action. The Empire Man-Tide. Lots of cav, lots of infantry. What do I need? What is it that I need? This is okay, but I probably want to go with this instead. Yo, Jade Shield is actually a decent counterspell. No one uses it though. Nobody uses Jade Shield. Let's see. Probably, yeah, it's probably good enough. Do I need anything else? Do I need anything else? No. This is a good enough build. Oh boy, man, Empire. I wonder if Celestial Lion is good. Is Fearsome Roar a good ability versus Empire, Chaff? Feel like probably not. I feel like it's probably super garbage, but who knows anymore? Who knows? I've gone insane. I don't know what's good or bad. I don't know what's good or bad no more. It's the Cathay madness. Should have went Plague of Rust to kill his knights. Plague of Rust is like not bad as a cav killer. Yeah, Constellation of the Dragons is pretty hype. You know what? Maybe I will take this. Yeah, that's pretty worth. Okay, I think we're half cooking. I think we are about half cooking right now. I have an interesting build. A very interesting build indeed. Is it good? No idea. But maybe this works. Okay, let's take a look. Let's just take a breather real quick. Let's just take a quick breather. Is this build good? What do I imagine this game looks like? So you can go Man-Tide, you can go Wagons, you can go Lord Snipe with Elspeth. Missile Mirror. Yeah, he's definitely gonna have Hellstorms and stuff. That much is very likely. Okay, yeah, I got a bit of a weirdo build, but maybe it's actually pretty sick. Yeah, Empire is one of the factions that Fearsome War can actually be pretty good. It removes ITP too. So, I think, doesn't some of the cavalry have ITP? No, most of them have like Fear or Terror to negate it. I don't know. Look, -8 leadership is still good though. It's still good. Crane gunners to counter wagons. Okay, yeah, actually I should have a wagon counter. Did I really roll out without a wagon counter? There you go. All right, now we're set. Now it's impossible to lose. Yep. I think yeah, I think this build is fine. I think it's fine. It's nothing to, you know, be drooling over, but it's fine. Serica's a spooky player. I may also be considered a spooky player, though. Crane Gunner should outtrade Hawklands in theory. It's a little too spooky for me. I can't deal with these in theory trades. All right, Serica, give me what you got. If I win this, I'm almost guaranteed to make it to semifinals because he does have fairly high opponent points. And I'm knocking down someone that would have made it to semifinals by winning this. The only downside is I gotta win. Now, my build is pretty jokes. It's the same thing I bought versus Khorne, baby. It's Itza. He has nowhere to run. This is a very close quarters map. We're going for it. I brought my Dragon Breath. I brought my Plague of Rust. Ready. He's gonna get run over, man. There's no way. I have my infantry corps in reserve. They'll outtrade most of his Empire melee infantry. So they'll be fine. And I'm just gonna summon Onyx Crowman at the beginning. I have a Terracotta Sentinel. Yep. Terracotta. So I can bring him in. And yeah, I should be able to win the Cav engagements with Plague of Rust. I doubt he's gonna spear spam. Spear spam is pretty unlikely versus Cathay. They're still good, but like they don't trade it well into the Jade Warriors. I would expect more greatsword play, or maybe an artillery play style. I have Dragon's Breath amped up by the Alchemist. Plague of Rust amped up by my Dragon's Breath caster. We're going for it. All hands on deck. What does he have? He has a War Wagon Mortar. Okay. And an Amethyst Wizard. What the what? What is this? He's a flying Amethyst Wizard with Buna. He has a lot of swordsmen. Interesting. Very interesting. The Mortar Wagons is weird. All right. I think we're both confused. Right now. He has Marcus Wolfheart. Okay. Yo, what's shooting from there? Oh, he has guns. He has his, yeah, he has a bunch of guns in there. Okay. Well, I can hold on the trigger for a little bit. So yeah, he has the Nuln dudes. He has the Nuln boys in there. So I'll just settle for a triple cap and not rush into my death. That sounds like a terrible idea. He just wants to shoot me up. I'm just gonna let him spread out a bit The early triple cap is spooky indeed. And I can get crane gunners. I guess he does have a Buna caster though. So that would actually be a really bad idea. No crane gunners. Jade Warrior crossbow though? Not terrible. So he's gonna have to secure these points one way or another. And he's gonna have to pull out his boys. He has a lot of war wagons. So as long as I don't get caught in an infantry blob, I should be fine. I could bring in the terracotta, but that would be kind of insane. Yeah, I just gotta bait him outright. Jade Warrior crossbows are fine. I don't want to get Buna'd. He has Buna specifically for the crane gunners. It's actually bait. You're gonna need to capture more points than that, good sir. Now I kind of wish I had a cannon, but what can you do? I know his range units are here, so I should just be able to YOLO into them and get him murdered. I could just summon the terracotta. Gotta resist. I must resist the terracotta summon. It would be oh so dumb to get that bad boy and then just lose. All right, here we go. There's no way he defends against us. His range units are dead. That much is sure. He's gonna get one Buna off, but it has a fairly long cooldown. And I'm gonna save my breath attack for his boys. One Buna down. Does it matter? No, absolutely not. He gets the net. He gets the net. Good on him. Fairly good net play. Get that blasting down. Shut him down over there. Dive bomb these guys. He only has the one spear unit. Goodbye, Demogryph Knights. You served well. And then I have my bomb droppers here. Fly in over to the trees. They can handle that situation. There we go. Get them in there, boys. All hands on deck. Crowmen on the spearmen. There we go. Plague of Rust doing work against them. Hell yeah. Spearmen on, or peasant horsemen on his wagons. So they're gonzo. And honestly, these guys are already on the verge of routing. This is a great time to use that fearsome war ability. That should just get them killed. Goodbye, infantry. So they're just massacred. Plague of Rust has done wonders. He did rout off my caster though, but she is relatively cheap. It's not a big loss. What are those, halberds? Not the best bomb drop situation. I'll pass on that. Let's get out of that blob. And now I just gotta escort his Demogryph Knights off. Over here, we've massacred his everything. I should be able to just catch out the wagons now. That's not a big deal. We've secured a mobility advantage versus them. But that does not mean that it is over. Absolutely not. We still have many targets that need picking off. Here's the thing though. He has nothing against terracotta. He actually has nothing versus terracotta. So hilariously enough, I may actually be able to use that now in this situation. Call me crazy. But think about it. He has no war wagons left, right? Like this war wagon's gone. Couple infantry units here are not a big deal. I swear, if this terracotta actually cooks, I'm gonna laugh my butt off. Yo, the terror out over here too. Get him. Get him. The dread terracotta play. What are you gonna do against this? I don't think you have anything that can kill a terracotta. A little spooky boy. Let's get some more crowmen out. Yo, I've dominated his backline. His backline is no more. And I got another breath attack over here. Goodbye, infantry. Terracotta's in the business. He's in the cookie jar. He summons in more wagons. A crazy maneuver indeed, because I should just be able to chase him off, right? There's the bomb drops. There we go. Yo, he actually can't kill the terracotta. That's hilarious. He actually can't kill it. All right, next up, Jade Warriors. Jade Warriors are basically dwarf warriors. You can't kill them. There's another breath attack over there. There's a charge. He did kill off my caster, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, now we just beeline for Marcus, right? Now the real goal, Marcus Wolfheart. He's a spooky unit indeed. But big boy Terracotta should be able to tussle with them. Trading wise is actually against all odds fairly good for us. And yeah, I guess we just beat him up now. War wagon getting thumped. There we go. Gotta send the Crowman back in. Good micro. Yeah, he's looking pretty rough. Another breath attack for his infantry. Crowmen do pretty good versus Empire Knights too. Oh my gosh, there we go. Wondrous. And then the archers for those guys. Yo, this is actually working. Oh wait, I have another bomb drop. I can bomb drop these guys. Hilarious. There goes his cav. They're absolutely dead. Marcus is getting hunted. The end is nigh, Marcus. He can't tussle forever. There you go. There's a bomb drop. Right on all of his infantry. And with them down, now it's just the final stretch, right? I just have to clean up the rest here. His Amethyst Wizard is doing his best. Unfortunately, his best is not enough. Marcus is getting hounded down very hard. He will die soon enough. No capture on this far point either. Let's see here. So I guess we're just spamming Jade Warriors. Jade Warriors should be the hardest thing for him to deal with. They should be very brutal indeed. Marcus indeed. Going down. Okay, yeah, I'll use the Celestial Lion then. We'll remove any ITP he might have. Use my Lord to focus him. Ah, he brought back the Demogryph Knights, which is pretty spooky. I don't think I need to resummon my caster though for that. That's not too bad. And like I also have a Terracotta here. I have an unkillable Terracotta because I killed all of his range units. Valley trading still very much in my favor. There's a breath attack. Goodbye infantry. I knew the spear spam would come in, so that's why we're using all these here breath attacks for that. Here we go. See, these guys are dead. Wondrous. All right, I just gotta finish off Marcus. Terracotta's in his back line. He's doing his best. I will be able to capture the center line. That's good. We got some good routes over here. Only one swordsman. On the far side, yeah, we're definitely going to resummon our cav. As soon as I capture this point, he should be done for. Middle point's going fairly well too. Celestial Lion actually kind of having a hard time versus Marcus though. That's a little bit disappointing. He did clear off this flank. Not entirely over just yet. This is mostly going to come down to can I kill off Marcus then, I guess. I did secure this point though. This far point slowly going in my favor. I'm probably gonna need to send Cav in here though, because it looks like he is barely holding this one. For Marcus, God, he takes forever to go down. Infantry characters be like that. Come on, beat him up. Just beat him up. If I lose my Lord trying to snipe Marcus, God dang, he used the wagon. He done used the wagon. All right, it's fine though. He's triple capped, right? Even without my Lord, I should be okay. She might die though. That would be a little awkward. All right, there you go. Yeah, he's triple capped. He's triple capped. We're fine. As sus as it may be, totally fine. His Demogryph Knights are really beat up. Terracotta kind of chilling. I have some rallying forces. Unfortunately, the Lord dies, but we've resecured our triple cap. Yeah, I really wanted that Marcus Knight. I'm not gonna lie. That may have been a terrible misplay. But can he kill this many Jade Warriors with Harmony? It should be pretty difficult, right? It should be pretty difficult. And resecuring points for Empire can be pretty brutal too. Does get a nasty Buna. Marcus lives. God, what a menace. Absolute menace, this Marcus Wolfheart. I'm gonna need more Crowmen too for Harmony. All right, get in there, Jade Lancers. I'll just have to hold a triple cap. Come on. There we go. Fairly nice. Look, once the Demogryph Knights are down, ain't no worries. And I have Cavalry and Crowmen on them. It should be fine. Should be fine. Should be fine. Oh, what are those? The silver bullets? All right, well, there's no running away. The only path is forwards. At least silver bullets are not the best at resecuring points. So I should be okay there. His Demogryph Knights do get murdered. They do get absolutely murdered. Get in there, Terracotta. Just stall. Hold the triple cap. Hold. New meta. Yeah, new meta unlocked. Cavalry only Cathay. Still, it should be very difficult for him to resecure points. Like, he summoned in the silver bullets, man. He's actually having a really hard time taking out that Terracotta. It's gonna be a doozy. Indeed. And it holds. Yeah, even the wagons are participating. Marcus is participating. It shall not be enough, though. It shall not be enough. Terracotta goes down, though. Crumbles. I do have more Crowmen, though, of the bomber variety, which delete infantry, which is basically all the capture weight he has. Come on, bomber Crowmen. Yeah, he has nothing to clear out these guys. Not without those Demogryph Knights. They were the only out he had left. And they kind of ended up getting sacrificed to shut down my ranged. Beat him up. Yeah, he can't even capture because he's trying to save Marcus. Yeah, downhill charge with the peasant horseman. Not the prettiest engagement. But he's still not on the point, so who cares? Bomb drops away. Probably not on this pocket. I'm doing fine there. Probably do it on the silver bullets or his cav instead. That seems like it'll be fine. Yo, does bomb drops, do they work against cavalry? I'm gonna try it. Let's see. Bombs away. Could have been better. Yeah, no, it's not too bad, though. Those are Empire Knights. Very expensive cavalry he's losing there. He bought the Outrider grenade launchers? Crazy sauce. Okay. Oh, I have Crowmen in reserve here. Hell yeah. Pocket Crowmen. And a few pocket Crowmen over there. But yeah, it's over. We did it. We won with the Cav Tide. Great way to punish a player that took too much ranged. The early capture points was really important there to make sure that I got a lead and to force him forwards. Here you go. And finally, Marcus gets killed. Dies to a couple peasant horsemen. GG. We did it. We beat Serica. Cathay for the win. Oh, God, that's dumb. Nerf Cathay, yep. 1300 value on the Celestial Lion. Crowmen doing great. Cavalry did great. Caster got sniped, but she did okay. The Mortar War Wagon was hilarious. 100 gold value on that? Oh my god. So jokes. He had an infantry tide, but yeah, these Nuln, Hawkland, or yeah, the Hawkland long rifles only got 300. Interesting. So he had the silver bullets early. I guess I just mobbed them down. They didn't do anything. Demogryph Knights did okay despite the armor debuff. And yeah, the war wagons were the scariest things, but we kind of caught them. Nice. Yeah, he wasn't expecting a cav rush. Way too many normal swordsmen. Way too many normal swordsmen. God, that's good. That's good. Outmaneuvered. Yo, Cathay? All right, I'm calling it now. I think Cathay, I enjoy them more than Coast. And I think they have a lot more teeth than a lot of these other factions. That was versus Empire. Grand Cathay wins. Aw, yeah. Aw, yeah. Did I make it to semis, though? That's the big question. So far, my ranking on the brackets, I'm 4th place. So Maximilianaire has higher opponent points than me. Oishikun has higher opponent points. Nacho Fur is tied though. Navigator's below. So it seems like I'm probably playing a tiebreaker against Nacho Fur. Yeah, it seems like I'm probably doing a tiebreaker versus Nacho Fur. I'll take it. Check that terracotta value. 700. Terracotta was a meme. More cav would have been better, but you can only field so much cavalry as Cathay. Crowmen are great though. Oh my god. Crowmen with the Banehammer on them. Even the peasant horsemen did pretty good. I think I have to get used to de-summoning my cavalry more if we're gonna do this playstyle. The one Jade Warrior crossbow, hell yeah, uncontested. When you have pure cav, it's pretty good. Yeah, the terracotta didn't do anything. He was just fighting infantry the whole time. It forced him to summon in the silver bullets again though, because he would never be able to kill it otherwise. It would just jump Marcus and he'd lose. But even so, it wasn't even that good at jumping Marcus. Oh my god, that's hilarious though. So my Grand Cathay has more wins than Makotsk, right? Is that correct? We beat Khorne, we beat Empire. I think they're an okay faction. They're an okay faction. They have a little bit of teeth. It came out, he was big and scary. But he's too slow to get to the fight that he wants to be on. This is why I like mobility builds. I generally pride myself as in knowing how to take like good engagements. Like I know which engagements I really want to take, which is why I really like the fast builds, because I get to choose where the fights happen. It's the only way I can make Cathay fit my playstyle. And it's why I'm terrible with these slower factions, because it's not about taking good fights with these guys, it's about setting up an impossible fight with them, which is way harder for me. I don't know how to do that. These defensive builds, Cathay low-key underrated. Yeah, the mobile max, the Moby maxes are great. And the Plague of Rust is really good too. It's very nice. Have you seen one of the game's turn cast with the mass Cathay Air Force? That's the one that Karavdir sent, wasn't it? It's pretty jokes. Yeah, you go Max Croman Longma. You gotta practice my build. It seems great. Anyone who's going too much ranged, yeah. You do have to micro, like, 12 units of cavalry, but it's good. Hey, Paco Lith, thank you very much for the prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, throwing away my lord. I always throw away my lord, man. Every single time. Yeah, quad Longma Plague of Rust Crows. So fun. When in doubt, take no infantry. Yo, that's pretty jokes. Yo, we gotta consult the list. Do I move Grand Cathay up? I think with the performance today, Grand Cathay, I feel like they're better. Do we elevate them? Do we elevate them there? I feel like Grand Cathay, I'm finally starting to get it a little bit. At least I kind of have some builds and shenanigans that work with them. The faction's still rough, but I think at least they're not the worst. Is there anyone I should swap in? Maybe I still play Grand Cathay one more time to really lock them in, but yeah, they're climbing up. At some point, I'm gonna have to say that, like, I know how to play Coast, but they're weak. Right now, it feels like I don't know how to play Coast and they're weak. But Grand Cathay, I'm starting to know how to play them. It's a toss-up between them and Chaos Dwarves in terms of knowing how to play them. Honestly, I should do this by, like, in order of factions I need to know to play. So Khorne is probably going to drop a lot. I think Khorne might actually go here. Dowie, I kind of know how to play like Cathay. I think it's all tied. Dowie, Chaos Dwarves, and Cathay. I think in terms of, like, the least played factions, I think we finally sub in Khorne. You look at every faction and ask yourself, how can I make this a skirmish faction? Yo, I know how to do my cavalry plays, okay? That's what I specialize in. It's the ODM special. Imagine if Cathay gets horse archers. Oh, don't tempt me, man. Don't tempt me. How's the Dark Elves? Pretty good. You can see in the list they're about mid-tier. You know, honestly, based on this list, Beastmen should be lower. I actually don't really know how to play Beastmen that effectively. Beastmen, I know how to play about as well as my Norska and my Wood Elves. I'd probably move them down. So this list shouldn't be performance. It should be how well I know to play the faction. Yo, skirmishers are hype. This is so hype. They generate you infinity value. And they're good against more or less everything. It's how I play greenskins. My greenskins 6 skirmisher build for the triple cap. Jade cavalry crossbows. Oh my god. They give them both. Give them Jade cavalry crossbows and Jade and peasant horse archers. Peasant horse archers, Jade crossbows would be so unique because no other faction has something like that. The thing is though, I don't know if Games Workshop would let them do it. Because I don't think, unless Games Workshop has that as part of their minis, I don't think we'll ever see it. Instead, we're going to have to worry about, I don't know, something else. I don't even know if they can, are they going to add more units? Probably not, right? They added the bombers and that's the end of it. Blunderbuss Cav. Oh. That'd be good. And the harmony bonuses? Cathay has no minis? What do you mean they have no minis? They literally just announced them a while ago, right? Grand Cathay miniatures. Yeah, literally they announced it like very recently. It's actually very hype. They have no minis, dude. Look at this. Where's it at? Explain this. Explain this, my dude. Redeem the hydrate, thank you. That's pretty hype, isn't it? That's so hype. Oh my god, they look so good. You see those terracottas? Holy crap. It looks really good, doesn't it? Oh my god. You forgot about the old world? Yeah. The terracottas look so good, man. Holy crap. I almost want to dump $100 on a couple minis now. I won't, but I almost. They got ogres manning the cannons. Oh my god, what the crap, man. They look so good until you see the price tag. I know, right? It is like hundreds of dollars right here. Really? The prices for Old World are actually pretty good? Hell yeah. All right. Did I make it to the finals? Let me check. Is there a tiebreaker game I have to play? Oh, wait. Someone drop? Wait. I lost one opponent point somehow. Notchafer beat me. Did someone drop? What's going on? What's happening? Okay, nice. Someone dropped. Woo, that was very close then. Very close. We barely made it to the finals then. Go compared to Bellacore's model to what his Games Workshop model looks like. Oh my god, yeah. Let's see. Bellacore Games Workshop model comparison. Let's see, where's it at? Oh my god. You know, honestly, his old model, people made some pretty good work of it. But yeah, no, it's not even close, man. It's not even close. The difference in Bellacore model is hilarious. Take a look-see at this. Look at that. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Oh my god. Now the old Bellacore model, when painted well, it doesn't look that dinky, okay? It still looks not bad. Like, you know, it's fine. You got the sick wings, you got the skulls. Yeah, though. It's kind of crazy though. He's been bulking, absolutely. All right, I'm up against Maximillionaire. All right. Yo. All right. Let's get a lobby code. I'm Vampire Coast. It's terrible. I can't win with Coast, man. I can't win with Coast. Okay, let's stop flashbanging, you guys. He's Vampire counts, of course. So, anyone know how to win Vampire Coast into Vampire accounts? May the Vampire Counts counter player raise their hand, please. We're on Gates of Urkund. Isn't that like a terrible map? Oh god, I'm dead. I'm on the worst map in the world. Oh no. All right, well guys, stream's ending early today. We'll play this game, we'll lose it, and then I'm going to go do coaching. Unless I think no one's casting. I might as well do the finals. All right. Fat loss, man. Look at that. There's trees in the middle, bro. What the crap am I supposed to do? Might as well cast the finals. Bombers into the horizon. I'm gonna get zombie spammed. They gonna get zombie spammed. Huh. Petition to change the map because it's unplayable. I knew the map. I should have looked it up before I picked my factions. Alright, so the big problem here is that I'm going to die. I believe. You believe? What's there to believe in? Melee Coast? I don't know if Melee Coast cuts it. The problem is I have to kill the corpse carts. I have to kill the corpse carts. Otherwise, they get way too much value. To kill the corpse carts, God, I'm so dead, man. I'm a dead man. How do you kill corpse carts, man? What are you supposed to do? Oh, God. Oh, God, this feels bad. Okay, all right, here we go. Yeah, I have to gamble one way or another. It's kind of how this works. If you don't gamble in hyper terrible matchups, you're done for. Oh God, how many entities do these guys have? Oh God. Oh lordy. All right, here we go. What magic is the best magic I can go for? Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, all right, all right. And then I have one of those. And then I can bring in all Cav Coast. Yeah, Morngle spam. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, that's decent. It's a decent start. I'm gonna need a lot of capture weight. That much is true. Oh, is this really the build? I think this is legitimately the best I could possibly do. Okie dokie. All right, time to lose. The Spectre, thank you for the Prime sub. Easing the pain ever so slightly. I'm a dead man, though. I'm actually just dead unless you brought the worst build ever. But if there's one thing I can do, it's all in. All right. Praise be the deck droppers. The deck droppers have to crush it. You win this? I don't know, man. So I have single entity snipe up the wazoo. The goose is fine. I think it's very expected though, right? I think everyone would expect me to bring something like this if they've been watching. Maximilian's probably been watching. Depth Guard into the horizon. Hell yeah, he brought some Cav. Okay. And he brought a Master Necromancer. Okay. It's about as good as it gets. I think he thought I was gonna Man-Tide. So Luther has Hornswaggle. He can slow this guy down. That's a plus. That's a big plus. He has double corpse cart. He has a skeleton warrior unit over there. I don't really have to worry about that unless there's like a crypt ghoul. So I gotta bring the bats in over here to kill off these. Let's see if he's brought enough anti-air. Get him, Luther. Beat him up. Show him who's boss. He's got nothing on you. Oh, he did have a crypt ghoul. Hell yeah. One depth guard. Oh, he brought a bunch of crypt ghouls. Okay. Well, I'll just shoot them to death first. Beat him up, Luther. This one's on you. You can't have that many single entities either. There's the pew pew. There's a pew pew over there. I gotta really secure this left point, by the way. Getting that first and foremost is going to be extremely important. The deck droppers are doing pretty good. They've already crumbled away one of the ghouls. Luther's just taking this guy to Pound Town. Unfortunately, I didn't get that Spirit Leech off. It's a little oopsie daisies on my part. But Terror Goose should be doing fine. Crypt ghouls are dying. His lord's also dying. Luther Harkin's doing actually pretty good. Luther Harkin on the chase. How's the goose doing? Kill the corpse cart. Get it killed. Okay, nice. And I need one depth guard here for sure. All right, well, his lord's getting pretty low. That's pretty jokes. That's pretty funny. The goose is hitting up the corpse cart as best as it can. Yo, his lord might actually die. That would be a plus indeed. Goose has to evac though, using its greater mass to save the situation. His lord's almost done for though. He flew into the Spirit Leech zone. Luther Harkin with the horn swaggling. Doing his best. He's god dang doing his best. All right, so that's a dead lord. Thank goodness. Alrighty. Let's get our bats over here. And now we hope for the best. So he's definitely dead at least. He's donezo. There you go, Lord Death. Next up is the corpse cart. Absolutely, even more important than the cav. Lord is gone. The Lord's dead. I have a bunch of dudes here to capture this point. Then we get a depth guard. We gotta get in there as fast as possible. And then we just gotta kill this, we gotta kill this thing. Corpse cart Unholy Lodestone. Definitely the biggest target of the day. Unfortunately, it is fairly hard to snipe. I do have a lot of flyers though. We got his lord, baby. All right, and I should be able to secure at least one capture point now. And I'm just gonna keep spamming depth guard. That's the only thing I got. That really is it. I want to kill this thing as fast as possible. There's a lot of units there that need a murdering. First things first though, one ginormous volley on these Stearnsman Varix Reavers. Just gotta bully them a bit. And now I can start summoning in the boys. So corpse cart should die fairly quickly. So we're gonna go in there. And we just gotta outgrind them now. I just gotta outgrind them. Hopefully this is enough. Value wise, he doesn't have a lot. He finally summons in a couple bats. A little too late though, right? Fleet Captain's doing fine. It's almost dead. There you go. Corpse cart is now dead. Hell yeah. And now he summoned in a couple bats. And he still has the Varix Reavers and such, but corpse cart death is good. So I can summon in pistol mobs here to punish the bat summons. That should stop him from getting too much work in. Where's the goose at? Goose needs to evac. Luther is doing... he's doing okay. There's a little bit of work getting done there. Here we go. And then if I just fly back, then I should be able to save these guys with the pistol mobs. Plus, he can only chase so many of my guys at the same time. And they're crumbling. Which should be rather painful for him. And then the pistol mob spam. Oops, wrong unit. It's fine, though. There you go. The crumbling's going great. So we baited him out into bringing bats. That's got to be a misplay for him, right? The depth guard are going to hold there while the zombies make this very slow transition. I can't move the depth guard because he'll just steal the point. Luther's actually dying. God dang, Luther. How can you be dying in a situation like this? Alright, here we go. Nothing a little focus fire can't deal with. Ticket-wise, we have a little bit of time. Overall, we survived the bat swarm. But Luther is a little bit worse for wear. He can push his way through this here infantry, though. That's not too bad. And he does have regeneration, so it's not like he's going to die or anything. He should be mostly okay. Leadership does stabilize. Get a bite on that cavalry over there. I can't summon another depth guard. Come on, Luther. Come on, Luther Harkin. You got this. God, he's going to die. All right. Let's take a look-see. He has some cav on the flank, too. God dang, the Luther, man. He's supposed to be a Chad. He also has his corpse cart. God dang, yeah, that's rough. I don't even know if I would have won by trading here. The Depth Guard are doing fine. They're doing okay. I'm gonna need some zombies there. God dang, we lost the bat. I don't have anything to kill the White Kings. I think that's what worries me a little bit. Like overall, you know, the damage is decent. Scab Scrath's brutal though. Sure, let's get a Spirit Leech on that bad boy. We'll see. I'll keep grinding it out. He pulled away from all this to kill off Luther. So maybe we can still get some work in. You know, I have the Grave Guard here. They're killing some Crypt Ghouls. Okay. You know, like overall, it's not like he has a lot of units left. That much is a plus. He did summon in more bats, so I'm just going to have to de-summon now. All right. And now it comes down to the Depth Guard. Like literally, it's just how good our Depth Guard at clearing them out. All right, there you go. So you caught one of them. That's fine. I'll just land them. I still got the D-summon, which is all that really matters to me. All right. My infantry. Get on that point. We do have the capture weight. My Depth Guard over here are getting cycle charged to death, though. I think we're still screwed. Like, I think we're still absolutely screwed. But you know, it's kind of fun. It was kind of funny. We killed his lord and all that. The Depth Guard are okay, but like, there's nothing I can do versus the White Kings, right? Even if Luther was alive here, I think we'd still be pretty boned. Like, just look at how long it takes my Depth Guard to kill these guys, right? They're not Wrathmongers. Look, I will say they are doing a decent job. My Depth Guard over here are kind of struggling, though, against that cycle charging. Maybe the zombies can shield them from the charge. Oh, boy. All right, well, you know, yeah, they're kind of on it. They're kind of on it now. I have a few boys on the point. It's slow capping. It's definitely slow capping. Great Scab Scrath. Let's see here. Yeah, there's no way I stopped the Crypt Ghouls. Dude, the Crypt Ghouls are such a pain in the butt, man. Like, literally, I cannot... There's nothing I can do against them. Crypt Ghoul flank. Even with the Depth Guard on the side, it would never work out. God dang, man. God dang. Such is life. No more guns. It's over. The brutality. Coast is such a sad faction, I know, right? Oh, God. Honestly, it almost cooked, though. It almost cooked. I could kill his lord with Luther. I don't think there's any normal army I could have brought to kill this, though. Because he had Wind of Death. He could have just, like, hit the bombers up. And the moment the bombers are dead, it's over. Alright, that's GG. GG. Would have the map sucked. Ripperinos. Ripperinos. God dang, it kicked me out. I hate it when it does that. Well, you know, Luther Luther killed his lord pretty well. Maybe I should have tried focusing these guys. Could have gone Crabbo max with depth guard, but like, yeah. I feel like that map is so vampire counts favored. The points are so far, and they can spam Crypt Ghouls, and you don't have a counter to Crypt Ghoul cavalry. Moringulls won't work. Animated Hulks won't work. I did the best I could. I think I couldn't have wished for a better situation there. Like, I got a free Lord Snipe, man. I got a free Lord Snipe. These guys had free reign. They all got their value back and a D-summon. Maybe the Goose and Luther was the big misstep. Or, like, get rid of the Goose, get 2 more depth guard, and then, like... Maybe? But, like, you know, then I'm literally just trying to hard counter his build. Yeah, Crypt Ghoul and Cavalry, not Crypt Ghoul Cavalry. But yeah, here's the thing. These are not Wrathmongers. They're not Wrathmongers. They took ages to kill a couple zombies. Ah, brutality. Brutality. Alright. I assume you guys want me to cast the finals, though. I don't think anyone else is, so I might as well. I want to sulk. I want to sulk, but I'm better than that. We'll cast the finals. We'll do some coaching, and then we'll call it a day. Good way to end the week. It is true. So the other option you go for here is you go mass depth guard, right? So this is the other play you can try. Let's say you go mass depth guard. You still take Luther to fight. The thing is, these guys die to a dragon super hard, man. Even Crypt Horrors are pretty good against them. Can't wait for the coaching. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub, the Spectre one. Did I already read that? I don't know, but whatever, thank you again. Let's see. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Crypt Horrors and healing kill everything. So let's just take a look here. So like, let's say, right, he has a unit of, let's get this guy's coast. If vampire coasts want, or if vampire counts want to win a melee, God, it's so buggy. If they want to win a melee, they absolutely can. But like, even just like a basic, let's say he has 2 Crypt Horrors and 1 Unholy Lodestone, right? Is it possible for Vampire Coast to kill this with anything? Let's just test triple, let's say triple depth guard, right? As a baseline. We got triple grave guard, and then we'll see. And remember, he had cavalry too, right? But let's just see if they can do well in like a vacuum. So this is like the best case scenario for the depth guard, right? He's always gonna have Crypt Horrors. You could replace with halberds, I guess, but let's just say you have the normal ones because you have to clear a lot of infantry. How does one get coaching? Go to my Discord. There's a channel called Inticity Free Coaching or something like that. You post a replay there. I'll cover it on stream. All right, let's take a look. See. So you're not going to be able to run guns or bombers because they have Wind of Death. So let's say, like, you know, he Winds of Death them, summons his zombies, right? They're shut down. And then the main fight goes on. Oh, crap. I forgot to turn on the AI. But, like, just look at this, right? So, like, Depth Guard don't do enough DPS to actually kill this. Are you guys, I guess, seeing this? So it doesn't matter. Like, it just doesn't matter, right? I guess I could take Wind of Death myself, but like, this is without any support, you know? There's no cavalry here, right? There's no nothing, you know? And they just can sit and grind. And this is 1 Unholy Lodestone. And he's summoning in crypt ghouls on the flank, and he'll have cavalry. If he really cares about depth guard, he has Vargeists. But like, yeah, these guys are not taking damage. It's 0.05 permanent. And the regeneration. So they heal at 0.15. The only way would be like some chunky Winds of Death, but he would need to make some big misplays. Yeah, you have to expose your shame to everyone to get free coaching, yes. But I will cover your replays for free. Anyways, yeah, 2 crypt horrors and 2 zombies absolutely dumpster the depth guard. I'm pretty sure it's even worse against rotting Prometheans. So let's actually turn on the AI now. We go here, and then we're going to try like a real, you know, a real bunker busting. All right. Okay, let's see this. This maybe might go a little bit better. There's kind of a threshold you need to hit where like suddenly vampire counts die really quickly. So we'll see. Daikon, thank you. Welcome to the crew. Deck gunner tier, holy crap. I don't really have a lot of tier rewards, but I really appreciate it. At some point I'll figure it out. But a lot of people told me they're just here to support. All right, plan B. So let's say you go super hard on the single entities, right? So this is gonna cost like 1,000,000 times more. This is gonna cost a lot more than the crypt horror shenanigans here. But let's just say this is what happens, right? So you have the crypt horrors, a grinding. Yeah, so this army costs about as much as Leviathan and half a depth guard, mind you. That's how much it costs. 1 Leviathan and half a depth guard. Are you guys seeing the damage that they are dishing out, right? I guess the Lamprey's Revenge are holding up pretty well. But also they hold for a really long time, right? So it's not actually going to clear them. So they held for like 3 minutes. That's a lot of points. They killed 3/4 of a depth guard. And like, you don't want to see what happens with a Blood Dragon Lord or even 2 White Kings. I think 2 White Kings here just delete everything. Okay, so it took like 4 minutes. It took 4 minutes to clear that. Necrofex ROR. No, it would also die to single entities. It's also really expensive and doesn't do a lot of damage. Yeah, but like he also had like the 2 White Kings. Yeah, there's no magic, there's no nothing. Oh my gosh, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Anyways, we're just waiting for the grand finals. God dang, man. Holy crap. It really does help a lot. It really does help a lot. God dang. That's gonna go off for a little bit. Holy crap. Yo, I wish memberships on YouTube would stop ads. I wish it had that. Or does it already have it? Because I thought that's what YouTube Prime does. Hey Intensity, if you are still looking for video ideas, I've thought for a long time you could do 10-minute tutorials for factions going over their goals / bread and butter and best units in Magic. I thought about it, but I think it's extremely niche and hard to make interesting for your average viewer. Adblock does that for free. Also fine. I don't care if you use Adblock. If you feel guilty about using Adblock, donate 1 penny. That's enough to cover that's enough to cover. Okay, I guess 1 penny is only 10 videos. If you donate 10 pennies, that's enough to cover 100 videos worth of ad revenue. So you know, you can do that. You can donate $1 to be covered for life if you're feeling real generous. But absolutely, if you want to run ad blocker on my channel, feel free to. It's totally fine. I still run ads because it's still a important source of my income. But yeah, got some pork belly in the freezer. Oh god. Anyways, but yeah, there's the lobby code. So we'll cover this match, the grand finals, and then we will move on to some coaching. Game is full. I think it's this one. It is Maximillionaire versus Charix. How much do you get from people having YouTube Premium and watching the stream? I think it is a significant amount more. Actually, I can look it up right now. Why not? You guys play Warhammer. You love stats. Analytics, revenue. So if I go to your revenue, the split, how you make money. So I make most of my money from ads. Let's see here. The thing is, it's like per person, right? YouTube Premium. Wow, wait, YouTube Premium makes up a rather large chunk of my income. What the crap?
Long time watcher.
Yo, that's crazy. Really? So watch page ads make up 49.5% of my income. Most of my money's from that because I'm not monetizing other stuff too much right now. YouTube Premium makes up 31.6% of my income. And I'm telling you right now, 31.6% of you do not have YouTube Premium. God dang, that actually helps a lot. Thank you very much, Vosk. Much appreciated. Holy crap, that's euros too. God dang, that's a lot. Thank you so much, man. Let's see here. Super chats make up 9.3% of my income. Memberships make up 8.6%. Gifted memberships make up 0.8. Huh? Shorts videos, shorts ads make up 0.3%. Hell yeah. Did Anticity roast his chat? Not yet. We're getting there eventually. People actually pay for YouTube. It's difference of like. It's difference of economy, man. For me, right? I don't go out and eat because eating is way too expensive for me. But like a lot of people go out and eat, right? You know, a lot of people have extra money. Like when I was a software developer, whatever, right? Buy some Warhammer DLCs, paint Warhammer minis, right? Like what else are you gonna do with your money other than have a good life with it? You know, I don't really judge anyone for that. You know? I think most people buying YouTube Premium too aren't like suckered in, unlike a lot of mobile game stuff or like gambling. I think people with YouTube Premium are just well off and are happy to support people with their expendable money and not have to watch ads. And they don't want to bother with an ad blocker, you know, that type of deal. It is pretty crazy how many different people we have here. Like we have people from around the world, people of different economic statuses, tons of different ages. It's crazy. Also, holy crap, more donations. Turbo Snorpin with the 50 Swedish kroner. Thank you. It's time for the finals. Ashiraya, thank you very much. I don't watch ads, but hey, member, thank you so much. 33 months. Wait, dude. You're almost at 3 years, man. Dude, Ashiraya, you've been here since like the beginning. Or at least like halfway. You've been here for more than 50% of my journey. What the crap? Thank you so much. Jonathan Anderson with another 50 Swedish kroner. Bags of milk on the house. Thank you. I actually do have to buy milk at some point. Much appreciated, man. And a prime sub. You guys are too kind. What the crap? Sargentans. 2K2. Thank you. It does help a lot. Of course, if you don't have expendable cash, don't bother. I'll be fine. But here we go. Melkoths. Who would have guessed? Archer spam. He went wide. He went wide. Starfire shafts and Glade Guard. He has some spears. Okay. Bretonnian army's got the Louis. Sword of Khorne, the Lion Shield. The Royal Pegasus Knights. Charix loves Pegasus Knights. What a mad lad. The royal ones too with the ward save. Insane. What are you doing, Sharks? It's like 1,600 gold. He spent 1,600 gold for these guys. Insane. I don't know what's gone into him, but he really likes them. Mostly because he's a god at microing. Miss New Booty, thank you very much for the 5 months. We get free super chats. Is that how that works? Does that give you free super chats? If it does, that's great. Oh, god dang. Lewin's going in. If there's like settings I need to enable for my memberships, do let me know. I am looking for ways to, you know, give members a few more benefits. Oh, wait, oh yeah, you just have a free super chat. It wasn't even a donation. Oh, hell yeah. Whatever. Whatever, take it. Fleet Admiral tier is a lot of money. Anyways, what does he have? He has Flesh of Stone, Earthblood. Okay. Oh yeah, dang. Yo, members get free super chats. Is it all members? Once a month? Huh. God dang, yo. Rip Twitch. Rip Twitch. I'm gonna notice them even less now. Anyways, there's nothing too crazy going on. You know, Louis dodging missiles. Actually really well. Did he take no damage from that volley? He's taking the Spellweaver to Pound Town. Charix is he's an ultimate shark. Okay? Charix knows when there's blood in the water. He knows when there's meat in the water. You're not even bleeding yet. He knows when you are ready to be murdered. Unfortunately, Louis is janking it up. Stagger spamming the Lord and no attacks. God dang it, CA. She'd be dead if it was, if there were better attack animations in this game. Single entities have a hard time locking on. He's backing up with his infantry, makes sense, because all his strength is over here. All his strength is over here. And he's weak over here, so he's disengaging. Classic Sun Tzu strategies. And Lewin actually leaves. God dang, a little too janky, doesn't want to get caught up by the cav. Smelled it from miles away. Absolutely knew there was going to be cavalry. Charix with the sick plays as usual. God, what a Chad, man. His Louis taking no damage despite being in the back lines. It's over, Twitch bros. Yep. We exist. You will be forgotten though. Okay, now I look at Twitch chat. I look at Twitch a little bit. Anyways, still full HP Louis. He's swerving about. He definitely can kill her, but a surround just ends him. We got a little bit of a volley off over here. His Pegasus Knights still in pretty good health. Defenders of the Fleur de Lis are Knights Errant. That has ITP on the charge. Frenzy. They're pretty hype. They do get Melkoths though. Fairly value Melkoths. Does about 1,000 damage. Oh, but the steel chair Louis, she wasn't moving. Lands a nasty hit on her. Is he gonna go for a second? Pex misses. Very unlucky considering he had charge bonus there. Third hit hits her. Ooh, but that one miss might have done it. Another attack hits the cav, I think, as she's disengaged. Now Louis in a little bit of trouble. Pegasus Knights are pretty low too. Actually, all of them are a little low, taking a lot of hits. Malkoth's got 150 value per the cast. And there's the Sword of Khorne still active. Disappears. No, 7 seconds still. Okay. Now it disappears. But the charge completes. Earthblood is down. And the Pegasus Knights are doing pretty good. Good charge over here too. A little bit of a squish from the spears though. It's a little painful. Overall, the center line fight doesn't matter that much, aside from the loss of the archers, which is pretty bad for Petunia. But can he save Lewin? It appears so far, yes. A fairly good trade against the cavalry, though Maximilianaire is up trading currently. The Spellweaver of Shadows still kind of dancing around, getting her cast off. And she looks to be living, though she's this far away from death, right? Any closer and she's facing oblivion. You definitely don't want to get any closer. The cavalry there are getting mighty close. Go. Okay, wait. Oh, there we go. Yeah. First person perspective of this caster. There's a lot of cavalry over there, right? Pegasus Knights are disengaging. Though I think there's just enough Dryads and infantry here to stop her. Looks like he's going to go for the ranged infantry instead. Makes sense. Some good cav charges on the flank. Overall, the fighting is tough. Very even trading front. Very even tickets, but I think I would put my money on the Bretonnians for their late game cavalry control. It really depends on how well Lewin does, though. He doesn't do that good at chasing these horse characters on the ground. Yes, he has 110 speed, but on the ground he doesn't. And his landing animation can kind of be dodged. See, overshoots once again, and no attack. Maximilian here, pulling out all the stops. He can micro horse character well enough to more or less ignore a flying Lewin, even with Foe Seeker. But she stops, and he takes up into the air, but he lands him. He lands him. Whether intentionally or not, Lewin does get a massive hit. 16 leadership, though, and she does barely stick around. One more hit, though, and she's gonzo. Gotta remember, Lewin did miss that one hit from earlier, which may be screwing him over now. But there are a couple archers here that have stabilized, and they can support this middle line. For the Wood Elves, they're doing not bad. Most of the archers are in disarray due to the cav, but boy, do they have a lot of infantry to shut down that cavalry. But man, if this Bellweaver dies, holy crap, she gets routed. And with the final peck, she goes down. Horse fallen onto her head. She dead. Super dead. And at a pretty pivotal moment, too, for this main fight. Although I will say most of the leadership of the Wood Elves is fairly high. It could start going down pretty fast. We got a couple spears over here having a rough time. Louis is going to be providing a lot of terror. The only thing they really got to worry about is recapturing this center line, but triple Dryad, Eternal Guard, 4th Dryad, and some spears. Could be a little rough. Could be a little rough. There was a lot of trading when it came to the cav. A lot of cavalry out traded into each other, but Knights of the Realm are definitely good. They got that sick charge on the Dryads. It can cycle charge. Lots of armor sitting at 90. They don't take that much damage, though it's still a little painful. Got a couple spears. The Dryads, they can hurt them. Sticking in combat. They do pull away, but a little bit worse for wear. More cav summons come on in, though. And we do have the Holy Wardens in the distance. They are fire damage, magic damage, Dryad, Annihilators. Immune to contact effects, they got everything. So they're actually probably going to secure the middle line unless the Wood Elves can get a cav charge on them. Maybe a bit of focused archer fire, which is the possibility. Over here, we got Eternal Guard getting routed off. And a lot of the Bretonnian archers is still alive. Boy, do they rout easily because they have no HP. But man, are they good at rallying. And if they can just get a little bit of support, they could absolutely shred this. And oh my gosh, a massive charge on the Glade Guard. They get completely shut down. That's one of the only tools here that can deal with the Holy Wardens. Time is of the essence, though. Lewin's doing his best. Spellweaver still not resummoned in. Looks like Maximilianer doesn't want the leadership from her. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I would have expected her to be quite cheap, and maybe he loaded her out by quite a bit. Maybe he just feels like he really needs the infantry right now to secure the point. He could just be buying time, knowing that he probably can't win the game on a triple cap, or on he can't win on value, and he just wants to trade here. Or maybe it feels like the spears are getting value. Look at that, 600 value lead for the Wood Elves. It's actually a pretty big Bretonnian loss all around. Big rout on their infantry. A lot of their cavalry actually gets shut down too. We only have like these tiny pockets of cav. Seems like maybe the Wood Elves are coming out on top. Despite having generally weaker cavalry, a superior infantry force seems to be working pretty good. Wild Rider's getting routed off, but man, these Eternal Guard with their armor-piercing anti-large, very, very spooky indeed. Although Holy Wardens now in the grind in the fight that they were made to go for. Sneaky cav cap on the far side. But look at that. 4 archers do rally. They're on death's bed though. A little tickle and they're gone. And a full HP unit of Knights of the Realm are in here. They rout off 1 archer. Will they go for a second? Lewin kind of not really doing too much either. He's heal capped, but he hasn't really done, like, you know, you need to use his HP to be effective, right? You know, and really there's nothing else for him to fight. So all that HP going down the drain, just a teen stooch. Cavalry's doing great though. Big charge on the Glade Guard. This one probably gonna rout. We have a Lance formation charge here. Banner in the distance. Will they close the gap? They go for the Dryads instead. Massive damage on them. Takes out the half of their remaining HP. Seems like the point is starting to swing. If it swings now, the game goes the way of Charix. But boy, does he have to capture this quickly. We got some peasant mobs coming in. The Lord is back. The Spellweaver of Shadows. And a huge rout of the peasantry. On the far side. Not a knight in sight. Just a couple battle pilgrims. And that's gonna be pretty brutal. Though, Caster is in here. She's providing capture weight. Holy Wardens provide 5 capture weight. The guys get routed off. Oh my goodness. But I think he needs a triple cap. 400 tickets roughly. You get 800 tickets over here. It's barely not enough. It's barely not enough. He's gonna need a triple cap. Now, he does have a lot of time. We're looking at a little over 3 minutes worth of time for Charix to recapture here. Maximilianaire is going to want to either threaten this back point or hunker down here as much as possible. Quick maths, very important. So you know how to play the game. Very important that you can do math quickly for domination. We do see a spear unit here, a little out of position, and it looks like he really is just going all in on the middle. That's pretty crazy. Now, it does mean that Charix has to fight in this middle area, which means that he won't be able to capture here. But the trading is looking pretty good. Eternal Guard are gone. Lewin with the seal chair again. Smacks the Lord in the face. If she routs, that's such a waste of money, man. Good cav charge on the Glade Guard here. Looks like they're getting routed off too. Did they get terror routed? Kind of hard to tell. Looks like the Lord does live, but man, the Holy Wardens are such beasts. Against the Wardens of Sithwell, though, pretty bad. They have way worse stats. Then again, their HP is way higher. You may think these guys are at less HP, and they are, but it's actually fairly comparable. It's fairly even. Meanwhile, on the right side, the capture does go the way of the Bretonnians. Remember, the healing is not factored into the value here. Hopefully, CA changes that. The charge does come on in to that Spellweaver. She gets dunked. Oh, but the Lewin misses. He overshoots. Doesn't matter. No, he gets the charge in, lands the hit, and the Spellweaver looks to be dying once again with the terror out. A big surround on the Eternal Guard, and it looks like the Bretonnian late game barely is able to scuff it out. Some Pegasus Knights. I can't believe he took 3 Pegasus Knights. I think it was 1 Royal, 2 normal. God, Charix with the Pegasus Knight love. He loves them. Boy, do they do good in the hands of Charix. This one already has 1400 value. Oh my god. Are we gonna see an actual Pegasus Knight meta? That would be insane. Big charge here on the Wardens of Sithwell. The Holy Wardens. They're both Wardens. It's a Warden mirror matchup. Coming on in, but the squish is in. Once you get enough cav impacting infantry, they just melt. Without a proper brace, full surrounds are brutal. Kind of makes sense, though, just like in real life. And just like that, Charix pulls out a pretty spooky triple cap. Going for the army wipe build. What the crap? The Pegasus Knights paid for themselves. These guys got 1600 value. Holy crap. Yeah, the second Lord death. Yo, Maximilianaire with the archer spam. I didn't realize he took this many archers. What? This is his starting build? Literally only archers. That's kind of insane. Though, a lot of them got pretty good value, right? Like, they paid for themselves. So in the end, I guess it wasn't that bad. Yeah, he was summoning in melee. And the Dryads or Vanguard can get there a bit faster than archers. But this has always been fairly Bretonnian favored. Wood Elf's got a lot of buffs, though. Take a look at this caster. She got 1000 value with her casting. Was not able to use all her magic for sure. And that just comes to Charix's insane killer instinct. Anyways, I think the healing got more value than this lady. But yeah, the Lewin to kill the Lord, it can be really risky because if she lives, Lewin's just kind of chasing a cheaper target the whole game. But he managed to catch her. And that's going to be the win. Congratulations to Charix for another very nice victory. He's a god. He's a god of cavalry micro. Charix is insane. Charix is bonkers, man. I don't know what else to say. He's a very powerful player. And with that, we move on to Anticity's roast and coach. Or maybe just normal coaching. We'll see. We have a good handful of replays that we can go over. I got 3 replays, no 4 replays to go over. So we'll do some of that. It's all multiplayer, no campaign scenarios. I think it would be really fun to do some campaign scenarios at some point, but people have to submit them for that to work. Because it's been a really long time since I played campaign, you know? I feel like I've really left the campaign community in the dust. The hardcore campaign community. So if you want to send that in, disaster campaigns abound. I would love to play it. But here we go. So this first one we're going to cast is Betonia versus High Elves. Okay. Now, this one was sent in by Charlie, viewer of the channel, saying that they tried to figure out how to counter this. And they want to know if my analysis is similar. This battle, generally, Betonia should be advantaged here. Legend of multiplayer Total War, I see. Yeah, yo, Charix, congratulations on the win, man. Were you feeling confident the whole game or what? Did you feel like you were in control, or were you a little bit worried when you got that mass infantry route? I was a little bit worried, but I wonder if your reads were more correct. All right, so we're seeing some early plays here. So he wants to figure out, let's see here. Yeah, how to counter this. So we have an Archmage of Life. She has Awakening of the Wood and Regrowth. He bought Horus and Lewin and the Green Knight. Okay, little ground squad. Okay, the lady once again. And here we go. So we're already seeing some skirmishers coming on in. They got a little bit of a poke on the Yeoman. It's a little rough. He's pulling away though, which is nice. Infantry are pushing him back. Dragon does dive on in. So first things first. All right, here we go. First things first. Okay, we got to ask ourselves, right? Why do you have these guys, right? Why do you have 2 incredibly powerful beast slayers? All right, guys that dumpster single entities over here against the infantry and spears. When there's a juicy dragon, man. There's a juicy dragon right here. Definitely you want to shadow her. Definitely you want to shadow her. These guys were made to murder her. I guess he wanted to go for the capture point. I think it's a very common misplay that people play for the points too hard. It didn't even capture it. So completely not worth. Loses a little bit of money over there. But now they are moving into shadow. They're kind of moving back though. Come on, man. Come on, Charlie. Okay. Yeah, he's kind of dancing. He's dodging the arrows. That's fine. You really gotta just shadow this lady, right? Or pressure these guys. Overall, though, the anti-skirmishing is going fine. We do see a frontline engagement. This is mostly men-at-arms, which is a little sus. Grill Relique's getting focused down, which is pretty brutal. He sends him back. No, Charlie, no. All right. Gets a charge on the Scions of Mathland. Pretty brutal. The dragon lands again because they're far away. Okay. Come on, come on. Hound him down. Okay, now he has a target. Gets a cav charge on them. Okay, all right. We got the Bloodlust. Good block with the cavalry. Uses the skirmishers to block them. And she does take back up into the sky. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. And okay, you know, it was still a pretty good trade. He did kill off all the skirmishers with that. So overall, his opponent's not doing too much. I will say this frontline fight is just not worth it. A lot of the times, you just don't take fights. So another small thing to go over. You can see over here, right? He took this fight here, but he didn't have to. This is all infantry. There's no cav to support. If you were standing here instead, all these units would be at full HP. You probably could have still gone to pick. Let's say your opponent plays the same. You can probably still kill off the cavalry here. You up trade. But because you have these guys here, your men-at-arms just kind of die for free against his infantry. Denying engagement is super important. If you ever see an engagement where you know you're down trading, like they have ranged units or better infantry, just don't take the fight. If you are able to avoid the fight, absolutely avoid it, as it is pretty brutal. Thankfully, these guys are pretty cheap, so it's not a big deal. You are seeing Lewin, by the way, in the Green Knight disrupting archers. This is also not really worth it. A little bit of mismanagement too. What you want to do is you want to have your cav on the archers, because they're only slightly more expensive, and you have Lewin and the Green Knight on the dragon, as we've been saying. Because otherwise, you're having, like, you know, 1,500 gold. Even if Lewin absolutely disrupts the archers for like the next 5 minutes, right? If they're disrupting Lewin and he's not actually killing them, it means that the High Elves are up trading once again. You know, the High Elves would love to distract Lewin with a single unit of archers, and he's not gonna kill them anytime soon. It'll take him like 3 minutes to kill all these archers, and very similar situation with the Green Knight. You mostly want to use them to hunt single entities. Although the surround with the cav is still good. It looks like she will barely disengage. Once again, pretty good charge on the archers too. Archer fire overall though is fine. You do have a lot of units here. You can probably take this point. Just have to out skirmish the Fireborn. Let's see here. Fighting continues. A little bit of a loss here. I think overall this is just coming down to some pretty big mismanagement, right? The High Elves actually, the High Elves did him a favor by sending the Frostheart Phoenix on the Green Knight, which is exactly what the Green Knight wants to fight. He dumpsters this thing. Over yonder, we have some Companions of Quinnell. Very good versus the Fireborn. If you do find that they're stuck on infantry, minor play that you can make is cycle them out and then hit these Fireborn in the back. Because otherwise, most of your infantry are in the front, stealing attacks from your champions, which is not so useful. And over here, okay, yeah, now he's pulling in the Lewin. There you go. Does he have the debuff on Lewin, by the way? Yes, he does have Sword of Khorne. So yeah, easy Sword of Khorne surround on these guys. Oh my gosh. Brutal play for the High Elves. He tried pulling the Fireborn forwards and just gets some Omega surrounded. Brutal. Lewin, what are you doing? Stop going back. Don't go back to the woods, man. The trees, they keep calling for it. What are you doing? Just fight. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Get in there, man. You don't have... there's no point being here. Oh, God. This is like when I play Warcraft 3. And I just walk back into my base for no reason instead of creep farming. There you go. All right. You didn't get the chart. He's move commanding. He's not even trying to fight her. What are you doing? He's moving. He doesn't want to fight the Lord. She's right there. Oh, God. Oh, okay. That's pretty bad. I don't know what you're doing, man. These guys annihilate lords, man. He's King Lewin. He's the king. It's the Green Knight. He even has the fighting ability. He brought the ability to make him stronger at fighting single entities. Oh, God. What is this? He's doing nothing. How long will he stand here? Oh, my God, the humanity. What are you controlling with the space? The capture points here? Oh, boy, that's terrible, man. He could have taken this capture point ages ago. Yeah, the dragon's trying to be attacked. She wants to die, man. Just give it to her. Come on. Yeah, she's asking to get murdered. There you go. There's the right click. All right, there you go. Took a couple minutes. Took a couple minutes. Oh god. Oh jeez, my heart can only take so much. Oh good god. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now it should be a dumpster fire for the High Elves. Now that the High Elves have intentionally landed in the best case scenario here. They do have Phoenix Guard support, which is a little spooky. Fireborn are doing good. Now Lewin goes for his debuff. Weirdly enough, this is actually finally a slightly good fight for the High Elves. The Green Knight still can stay around, but Lewin should not be stacked on Fireborn. Smart play, does disengage. Right before he routes to. Oh, we do see a cab charge though. Pretty brutal. Yeah, and you just didn't want to leave your units here, right? It's hilarious, but also very informative. Yeah, you gotta make sure that you put your units where they are good. As much as we can theory craft on builds, right? And be like, oh, okay, like, you know, you could use this unit, you could use this unit, you know, this one didn't really perform well. In the end, a lot of multiplayer, after just taking units that don't suck, is just making sure that, what the crap? Anyways, who cast that? Who cast that? Was it the Archmage? It must have been that bug where you accidentally like click twice and then oh boy. All right, here we go. Let's see. God. Now you can see the Green Knight. What is that heal? No, what is that heal? He missed the Green Knight. He didn't heal him. Everyone loves, everyone's casting in this area. What? I don't know what everyone has about this patch of grass. All right, there's got to be some sort of threat that I'm not catching on to. The Archmage, this is Bronze League heroes. The Archmage of Life cast Awakening of the Wood, and he countered by casting Earthblood on the same patch of grass and missed the Green Knight. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, this is a great analysis if you're getting into multiplayer. By the way, multiplayer, very easy to get into. These are the people you're playing against on ladder. A lot of new players, actually. There's a few sweaty ones, but there are a lot of new players. But my goodness. What are you doing? Did the heal work? Oh, what are you with? Why is he healing here, man? There's got to be some misclicks or something. He missed the Green Knight twice. Oh, God. All right. Well, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, you just want to cast it on your blobs, man. That would do way better. He did eventually kill the archers with the cavalry. You can see how good they are in that situation. Does have a lone grail relique, having a staring contest with your ye oldie spearman. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Anyways, realistically, you want to ignore this point. High Elves dedicated a lot of slow infantry there. Capturing this one absolutely is the way to go, right? He finally does get it. Lewin lives, gets to stand your ground, buffs up the Green Knight. Very nice. You want to stay in the range of the Green Knight. You don't want to capture the grass behind your opponent. There is literally no benefit to controlling this area. Although, despite that, I guess the cavalry route's a little bit better because of Lewin. So it kind of worked out, but if he gets surrounded and killed here, that'd be bad. And the Reavers do get routed off. Okay, seriously though, Lewin should have been here, right? You gotta make sure you put the right units against the right units. Get your spears on the cav. Get your cheap infantry on the archers. Get your mid-tier infantry on the light infantry. Right, make sure units are always in position. His opponent's also misplaying too, right? If we had to judge his opponent, this Scions of Matlan has been doing nothing for the past forever. I guess so has the diaper here, right? Good old Charlie, he has a Grail Relique. Also doing nothing, so I guess it's about even. It's about even. Good Foot Squire summon though, that's pretty nice. He does route off the Phoenix, which is amazing. And it seems like it's a Bretonnian victory, right? There's no way he throws this, right? Like, Lewin's alive. The Green Knight is, did he die? He might have barely died, but... No, he's alive, so he can heal up. You should have 1,000,000 Earthbloods. It's the only spell you have, so you just group up Lewin and the Green Knight. A little bit of magic min-maxing. Just keep them together. All right, man. All right, a little too bloodlusted. Now, if you're ahead, feel free to. Wait, he's double capped? No, he got the point captured. No, man. Why are you fighting here? All right. All you have to do, all you had to do to win this game was ignore this. All right. I know it's tempting. I know it feels great. I need you to scoot 5 meters to the left. All right. If you do everything the same, screw all the misplays. Okay. You're misplaying. You're doing terribly, right? You know, as units are being thrown out. Doesn't matter. The one and most important thing is to take a look at the tickets, realize that you need a second capture point, and do everything the same but on the point. That is absolutely the most important thing. No! Oh god! Are these Rangers gonna win? Okay, at least the Rangers are dead. You absolutely don't need to fight the opponent where they're strong, and you want to send Lewin and the Green Knight onto the single entities. As horse characters, horse single entities are garbage at killing infantry. Absolutely garbage. They suck at killing cavalry. You only bring horse characters for sniping other single entities for a cheap price. Oh god. Yeah, that's the only thing you want to do, all right? With those guys. Oh god, it was a loss. Oh boy. Now, there's a bunch of minor nitpicks and stuff that we went over, but that's the main thing. Make sure you get your magic used well, of course, too. I think the replay's bugged. It's not showing the values properly, but it's fine. Or maybe it was bugged. Wait, was the replay bugged? Oh, maybe the replay was bugged. Okay, wait. Let me double check. This might have been played without the mod. Maybe the mod broke things. The Total Tavern map pack. I must check. In which case, maybe it's saved. Maybe it's saved. It has to be bugged, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go over it again. Ah, no wonder it made no sense. No wonder it made no sense. All right, here we go. I have to disable my mods then. He's saved. All right, I should add in that people should add if it's using the mod or not. Was this a completely different version? Let's do this. Celestial Lake is a Total Tavern map. It was hilarious to watch, even if it was bugged. Oh my god, there was a lot of whinging. Okay, let's see. It worked yesterday. All right, let's take a look. I'll do it without the mod. Celestial Lake didn't CA added as a proper map? Replays. We'll go here. Okay. It was played on an older version. Oh yeah, CA did release the thing. Crap, did it break all the replays? I sure hope not. No. All right, let's take a look. Replay should just keep track of what mods are used. All right. The beginning was pretty normal though. Okay, so he moves his lords. He goes over here. He doesn't capture the point. He goes over here. Even if it gets slowly out of sync as time goes on, I think he still had his guys. I think he still had his guys out of position. Minus from today and does have the Total Tavern map pack. Okay, good. Wait, what the? My game's not showing anything. Everything's bugged. Everything's bugged. There we go. All right, let's take a look. His Lord lands. He's killing the caster. Lewin's here. Yeah, I think it is. Maybe it is botched. Dang it, new patch. All right, let's see. I think whip. You see that yours is working? We can check out the other one. At least it's still very informative. Look, if you sent Lewin and the Green Knight on the archers, which I'm pretty sure you did, all right, desyncs aside, I think this is still real bad. Let's see here. Yeah, this is looking very similar. Does he route off the Lord? Yeah, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Okay, so I think it's just broke. All right. Let's see here. So, okay. So it does say that it's not synced. Tournament versus Martin, Warriors of Chaos. I can cover this one. So this one did use the Total Tavern map pack. We'll do that. Opponent didn't let you take their cav archers into melee. Ah, okay. So it desynced pretty fast then. Dang it. Dang it. All right. Unfortunate. I guess it broke. It unbroke. All right. Let's see if we can cast this one then. Karavthir, do you know if your replays, when did you send them? You sent them today, right? 2 tourney matches with the map pack. Okay, so Karavthir should also be okay because it was sent today. All right, let's cover this one. I think it should be fine. Using an older version of the game. God dang it, they're all older versions of the game. When did the game update? Wait, did the game update like just now? This replay was recorded using older version of the game, so playback results may be inconsistent. God dang it. It's all broke. Okay, so this one's Warriors of Chaos. It says it may be an older version of the game. Okay, let's just fast forward to see if the play looks normal. Let's take a quick look-see. So Whip says that his was from today, and it's on the Total Tavern map pack. All right, let's just see. Does it look normal? Are we seeing people completely misplay? Janka time. Here we go. So we fast forward. There's a Hell Cannon, Peasant Long Spearman, pretty good Burning Head. Gets a you know. Whoa, it's an aggressive cannon. Okay, it's a very aggressive cannon. Noted, noted. Let's see. Is this normal? Is this normal, Karavthir? Let me know. D summons on the cannon. Okay, on the Hell Cannon. Fairly good tussle. He is getting triple cap. Is this does this look normal to you? I think everything looks fine. Good spell casting. Cannons are doing good. Okay, sick. So we'll cast this one. We'll cast 2 of Karavthir's games, and the other one then. This one. All right. So tournament. We'll start off with the all 3 of these should work. This one I think is broken because there was a patch. Let's do this one first. If you have the mod on, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, as long as I also have the mod on, you should be fine. All right, into some actual coaching. No wonder the spells were getting cast in the middle of nowhere. All right, so this one should be much higher level than the one that we just witnessed. Karavthir, playing as Cathay versus Dwarves. He went for a Max Crane Gunner build. Plague of Rust Searing Doom is fine. Plague of Rust does help crossbows quite a bit. And we're seeing some Bugman spam and some miners. All right, pretty typical everything. A lot of infantry for the Dwarves. So Karavthir. Yeah, you just want to see, yeah, so this is more of a nitpick type of replay. So we'll nitpick it. You just want to tune up your play style. I don't know if you lose or win here, but we'll see. First off, you don't want to shoot these units. You want to target fire so your cannonballs do not bounce off of the hill. Overall, not a big loss though. Pretty normal. I will say, first things first, you got to get all your units engaged at the same time. So the moment you see these Bugmans, you should know they regenerate. So any fighting that you take between them is not worth it. You need to get all your range units here, right? if you're going to be shooting here. Instead, your range units are way back, and that can cause you issues. Now, the dwarf player is also making a misplay. Bugman's on the far side, not really doing too much. The crane gunners are also not in position either. So it's a little bit sus. Although the dwarf player is not pulling away, so the crane gunners do turn it into a better trade, which works out pretty well. But yeah, you do have to be careful. This was a slight down trade over here with these crossbows. If it wasn't for the crane gunners, like, these guys are still a little bit late. Overall, though, totally fine. Using the harmony makes sense. You do want to focus the Bugmans, though. So I will say, this Jade Warrior crossbow and 2 crane gunners, they should have focused 1 Bugman instead of splitting damage. Now they'll have a lot of entities alive, and you don't actually get to rout them off either. Minor misplay over there. Cannonball decreases the leadership of the dwarf warriors, doesn't impact your own troops for whatever reason. And okay, this one's a spicy play. So he sends in the Celestial Lion, uses the bombardment to stop them from shooting, and he goes in for the snipe. Now, if he kills the Lord here, it's absolutely worth it. You can use crane gunners to snipe a Lord. That's overextended too. But it's a little bit sus, right? Yeah, you're seeing the focus fire on the Celestial Lion. Lord taking a little bit of damage, but this is an expensive piece. This is 1,300. Dwarf Lord is probably cheaper. Looks like he will get the snipe, though. If he gets the roar ability, and maybe he'll take him out. But he's probably not killing him. This guy's probably just going to route to safety. We'll see. Overall, it's an okay snipe attempt. A little sus, though. What the? This guy saw the Khorne and they noped out of there. Okay. But overall, yeah. Fairly bad trade for the Celestial Line, right? You can't really go for that Lord Snipe unless you're like Lewin. Goes in for the Bugmans. Bugmans do have charge defense against large too. So they barely take any damage from that charge attack. And the Celestial Line more or less goes completely and utterly valueless. Cavalry charge on the infantry. You got to make sure you go around. I think you just missed this, right? Obviously, that's just a misplay. It also pulls aggro, so they won't get the cannons. Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible. That's pretty easy, straightforward misplay, though. Crowmen are doing fine. They're just kind of hanging around looking for opportunities, which is what you want, instead of just YOLOing them in. Very good play. This is bad, though. Should have pulled the Jade Warrior crossbows back way sooner and converged with these Jade Warriors. Generally, what you do with these range builds, too, the moment a unit gets past your front line, you want to turn all your guns and focus onto them, because you want to get them out of your pocket as soon as possible. This is a kill box 2000, right? And these guys have been chilling here for the longest time, but he's mostly shooting the dwarven ranged, or like this blob. The blob is not especially useful because, like, yeah, okay, maybe in like campaign it's pretty nice, right? You don't miss any of your shots, but like these units are already occupied by the Lord. Instead, we have a unit that's actually getting a lot of work done here, just having a field day. And if they live, they're probably going to shut down these crane gunners. Peasant archers, yeah, they're all just kind of firing into the melee. Not too good. That's actually pretty brutal. Celestial Lion does live, though. He does kill off the cannons, but loses cavalry. Can be a sus engagement here. I didn't catch the Grim Delvers. It seems like he didn't either. In fact, I think the Grim Delvers killed their own artillery piece. But overall, yeah, this is pretty bad. He even Plague of Rust them. Plague of Rust doesn't get the retarget off. Okay, looks like eventually he does get them dead, though. Cannons are in. And it looks like they will eventually go down. Crowmen go on in. That was a minor misplay there. Though, if he wants to kill this quickly, I guess it's not too bad. If you want to be really careful, you just go for a double flank. And you kind of do the bull's horns, pincer movement. And then while they rotate, you just dive on in. The one that's getting targeted, you can actually pull back so they don't get their shots off. And then the one goes in for the flank. A full frontal charge is better for getting them killed faster, but is slightly worse on the value trade. Still gets the pick, though, which is nice. The Lord Snipe was still not too worth, although I think he did finally get that Lord killed, so it did pay off eventually. And now, overall, this is a pretty good situation for Karab there, right? He has the capture points, loses a bunch of Khorne to Slayers, but, you know, I guess it's a fairly even trade. Actually, Khorne did not bad. I guess they're infantry size. But you shouldn't lose this one now, right? Okay, yeah, there's a few dwarf units. I'm really surprised that you don't have more Jade Lancers. Peasant Horsemen aren't the greatest. Jade Lancers actually can kill dwarf warriors, and they're way more efficient at cleaning up these kind of dregs than shooting them. These are your high priority units, and if they're wasting their time killing, like, you know, 6 Bugman's Rangers, right, you're really not squeezing out the most value you can out of them. A D-summon might also help too. A little bit of a misplay moves them up into melee. Classic CA maneuver. Searing Doom, not the best. Even though time is of the essence, it's a little sus just going for that. It's a really close game, by the way, but this should be unlosable, right? You really got to de-summon though. He has no cannons here. He has his crane gunners in melee. That's not very good. Oh, he loses the crane gunners here. That's 500 gold, man. It's a whole Jade Warrior unit. You're losing. What are you doing? Usually these low ammunition units, once they paid for themselves, you know, it can be time to just cut your losses and just get the D-summon off, man. That's absolutely brutal. A little bit of a misplay. No capture there. He does get the Jade Lancers though. Sends them on to Slayers. Pretty sketch. Oh, okay. Oh god, he leaves him in melee. Oh god. Okay. All right. So here's the thing about Cav against Slayers. So cavalry have a knockdown effect on infantry that makes them unable to attack, right? That's the only reason cavalry can cycle charge Slayers. The moment they can get attacking, they're gonna massacre your poor boys, okay? You don't stay in combat longer than 2 seconds. That was incredibly rough. That was really bad. Another cav charge. Oh no, not the move command. No. No. Oh god. All right. That's pretty bad. Oh, and then the move command through. Oh no. Okay. All right. Here's the thing. Slayers are a blender. Okay. I don't care how much gusto your cav have. These guys are a blender. You never, ever move command through Slayers, okay? Unless you're using a giant single entity that can just ignore them. Oh, God. That's another 800 gold down the drain, man. You lost 1,000 gold worth of Crane Gunner D-summons. You lost 1,600 gold worth of cavalry mismanagement. Now the dwarves are insanely ahead. Literally anything else would have done well here. Some infantry, some crowmen. Oh boy, Lord's looking a little worse for wear, and then it's over, man. Oh god, you didn't even need to rush. So another thing is playing too wide. The capture points are really close. You had about 5 minutes to close out the game. You didn't need to go for this capture point. You actually would have been close to a tie if he just settled on these 2 points and just hunkered down, value trade. He runs out of units and then you close out the game. By playing so wide, you actually open yourself up for more misplays, and you ended up getting a misplay over here. You got a misplay over here, and then you got a misplay over here again. And because of all those combined, you ended up falling behind against the Dowie. Definitely, you got to take it slow, all right? You had so much time too, right? You had all the time in the world to just hunker down, resummon. You know, you could resummon the Crane Gunners to value trade. And you can usually do that once you have a double cap. That's the main advantage that you have. Otherwise, the play was fine. The early game was exquisitely done. I think the early game was really good. It was just closing it out, which can be very, very sus. All it takes usually to lose a very strong lead is like a couple thousand gold deficit, and then you're doomed. I will say though, the Crowmen, really good versus Slayers. The cavalry, brutal. Oh god, the cavalry did really bad. Celestial Line was also a slightly bad trade. If you kept it safe the whole game, you probably could have killed off his Runesmith. Could have used it to terror bomb a lot of guys in the late game. Early game damage can have huge deficits in that late game, and your magic casting could have been upped a little bit. If your Searing Dooms aren't really landing a lot of shots, then you might want to consider switching up to like a Final Transmutation, or I don't know. You can even use the Breath Attack against Slayers. It's not too bad. But yeah, generally you're aiming for about 2,000, at least 1,000 or 1,500 for the caster. Since usually most sniping abilities like a Spirit Leech caster can get about that much in games. That's usually what you want to go for. Overall though, thank you very much for the replay. We'll cast the Warriors of Chaos one next. Here we go. Yeah, good learning opportunity. It is very much appreciated. As much as I'm not going to hold back for this. As long as, yeah. Yeah, it is hopefully helpful. Second game though. Honestly, you had the win though, right? You know, it's not like you were held back by faction or anything. That means that you don't have to wait 6 months to win games like that. All you gotta do is just get a little bit tighter play. Now, this is the one where we have the cannons versus the Hell Cannon. This is actually not that bad. Now, the Burning Head does go in. Sick dodge, by the way. The dodge by not moving. Now, first things first, that Burning Head. Burning Head has extreme range, right? It was cast here, and it went to here, right? These peasant archers should not have been sitting still. They should have been booking it, right? Burning Head, it can swerve as much as this. So when Burning Head casts, everything in this kind of shotgun area is potentially going to get hit, and you should keep your guys on the move. Otherwise, you may eat just a fat AoE, and that would suck. Cannon in the front is actually not that bad because it's getting defended by your archers and such, so that's not too bad. Gets a Celestial Dragon Crossbowman. They're doing fine. They actually got the Cloak of Jet. Interesting, but they're targeting Archaon, which is super not value. And he gets a Hell Cannon shot. Okay. Cloak of Jet is cool. I dig it. Unfortunately, you want to make sure that your range units are firing as much as possible while they have their freedom to shoot. Celestial Dragon Crossbowmen do about 1,200 damage per volley every 10 seconds. So every 1 second they're alive, they do 150 damage. Roughly. It can be 120, let's say. Every second they shoot is 120 damage. Every second they're not shooting is 120 damage. Down the drain. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is all you need to get like a tenth of the HP off these Chaos Warriors. That's all you need, man. That's all you need. Your crossbowmen have 12 value. What are you doing? I know Archaon's spooky, man, but come on, man. What are you doing? They can't even get line of sight, man. And like, okay, I partially blame CA for this, for the janky line of sight. This is your unit. This is the de facto killer of worlds, man. Every second is 120 value. What are you doing? They could have parked on this hill, deleted the Chaos Warriors, deleted the other Chaos Warrior. Instead, they're kind of janking around. Now, this just comes down to microing range units to the maximum of their effectiveness. It's not easy when CA hands you tofu and you gotta make a house out of it. But god dang, man. Oh, God. Like, you did a great job sniping the Hell Cannon, but these guys are, if there's one unit you gotta babysit, 16 value, ain't it? They got one volley off, maybe half a volley. We're 5 minutes into the battle, man. Like, dude, you might as well get a Terracotta Sentinel. At least it'll be doing something. Oh god, like, who cares about the rest of the battle? Like, at least your units are doing something in melee, right? At least they're trading. You know, your peasant archers, you know, they got 170 value. They already got a decent amount. But the Celestial Dragon crossbows, you can't stack them on your range units, otherwise they will have an even harder time shooting. Range unit stacking makes it so they don't shoot, which is really bad. Pretty good catch on the Exalted Hero, you know, like the melee fight and the positioning is great. But multiplayer comes down to just squeezing as much value as you can out of each and every single unit, right? You want to hit the maximum value you can on every single unit. And this is yeah, this is this has been rough. If the previous submitter's still watching, people notice how all misplay at least happen on the points. Yeah, misplaying on the points is pretty common. It happens. Let's see here, what we got. Good route on the Hellstriders. His Celestial Dragon crossbow are still at 1 kill. They do have 1,300 value, so they did get 1 volleys off. That's about 10 seconds worth of shooting. That's pretty good. He does get some good Onyx Khorne. Like, he's doing pretty well with everything else. You know, he routes off the Exalted Hero. Here's the thing. If these guys were shooting at those Marauders, those Chaos Warriors, you have a full HP unit of Spearmen here and a full HP unit of Spearmen here. No cavalry commitments. It's all great, right? You're looking at like an extra 1,500 value, which is like a Terracotta Sentinel, right? You could have a whole Terracotta Sentinel worth of value here if these guys were actually just shooting. And it's not like they lost any entities. They're still at 57 despite their low HP. They only lost 20 models worth of damage. If you were able to shoot with them, it would be domination, man. It would be absolute, like, stomp them into the floor type situation. It's the same with these peasant archers that are kind of caught up. Typically what you want to do, the moment you notice your archers are within, like, you know, 35, 50 meters of each other, just partially spread them out. Because even though you can start shooting right now, that might be very tempting. It just hinders their ranged attacks a little bit too much, and that's a little bad. Now, this game should still be over, and the Warriors of Chaos do tap out, but absolutely, you cannot have that happen to your super important Celestial Dragon crossbowmen, right? They weren't even getting occupied most of the time. Imagine you're playing against a player who really knows how to shut down range units, and they're, you know, kind of walking around for like even 10 seconds. Instant loss, right? Instant loss. So a lot of the micro has to come down to that. Overall, though, it was still pretty well played. I think build-wise, it's fine. He shut down the Exalted. You know, he got the rest of the micro is fine. But that is like, you know, at the highest level, you cannot make a misplay like that. Unless you're super far ahead. Or, you know, you still can, you know, even at the highest level, but something to work on for sure. Well played, though. You did well. You were microing your cav and your crowman. I would say making sure your ranged are shooting is more important than cavalry in terms of priority. Because if you look at it, so one Celestial crossbowman can probably kill which one was I doing? Draw. One Celestial crossbowman can get 800 value in like 3 volleys, right? Pretty easily. 3 volleys is all it takes. We have to make sure this one isn't bugged, by the way. So that's about 30 seconds to make back a cavalry unit. If you can get optimal shooting with your Celestials for 30 seconds, I'm fine if you throw away a cavalry unit for that. It's so much value, man. Range units are so important in this game. Most of the time, at like peak Warhammer, most of the time, the game entirely revolves around the range units and whether or not they can shoot for more than 10 seconds. In most of like the top level games, if they're able to shoot and use up like, you know, even like 5 volleys worth of ammunition without getting worn down first, then it's a loss. It's an absolute loss for the opponent. But we move on to the next one. This one is an Ogre Kingdoms game. He does have some lead belchers protected by pigback riders. Makes sense. They can move forward, so totally fine. Lots of value on the Marathi here. He says he loaded into this awful map against Kite, and it turned out to be a draw somehow. Okay. How would you tackle this situation? It was kind of rough not being able to summon as needed. Felt like I had to save up so single units wouldn't just get picked off one by one. Interesting. On the way to the point. So generally, this map has a really far reinforcement point, but in my head, it should be fairly safe to just summon over here. Now, if you summon units one at a time over here, that would be terrible. Okay, thank goodness. You see the far side, safe capture. Okay, that's pretty good. Usually what you want to do against Kite is prevent damage as much as possible and take it slow. These ogres over here, Iron Guts too, very expensive, getting shot by Scourge Runners. This is exactly what the Scourge Runners want to shoot at. You want to pull these guys back, get your chaff in the front line. You got Noblars, you got Trappers, you got Pigback Riders. Send them forward, send these guys back, and you're good. Also important thing to note, you got to make plays, right? You got to actually go for plays. On a single point, you have to slowly be making your way to the second point. Generally against a Kite build. The Kite build is no stronger over here with the middle ground between both sides as it is over here. The Kite build is actually equally strong aside from like a couple spearmen, but you mulch those with the Iron Guts. What you should be a little careful about doing is playing for a pure value trade. Now the lead belchers are good. They're gonna get you some solid value. Little bit of a sketchy position here, right? So the Dark Elves did pull all of their cavalry around here. This is going to significantly weaken their front line fight, which is another reason to just push in here and just push them back. You have an incredibly strong melee force kind of just sitting around. A little bit of an overextension on the Saber Tusks. It happens. Sometimes you make some misplays. But here's kind of the sketchy thing, right? Morn Fang Cavalry. They are going to get kited by Scourge Runners. You can just take a look at the speed. They're faster, so they're never going to catch them. So you just want to pull them over here. Realize it's a little bit late. They take a little bit of damage. But overall, you still have a huge hammer, man. You have a massive hammer. Okay, let's take a look here, right? Let's take a look. So the Dark Elves, what do they have? They have 4 units of infantry here and Marathi, right? 4 units of infantry and Marathi. That is 2,000 gold plus Marathi. Let's say it's 4,000 gold at most, right? You have Greases. You have Gold's Man-Eaters. You have Gold's Man-Eaters. Dude, that unit alone, dumpsters. All of this, right? They absolutely annihilate this. And you can roughly judge too, just by seeing that the Dark Elves have summoned in Dark Riders. This is 1,500 gold. This is 2,250. Cold One Knights, 3,250. They have 4,000, let's say 4,500 gold. Not able to save these guys in the slightest, right? They're completely out of position because the cavalry to get there would have to go all the way around there to get there. Not to mention the Scourge Runner chariots. Each one costs 950. That is about 8,000 gold that your opponent cannot use to take a melee fight. So you actually absolutely want to take a melee fight. This is the juice that you want to go for. Now it looks scary, right? You have a lot of spears here, but if you just do, if you just do a little bit of unit counting, then you should be able to realize that these guys can be absolutely juiced. In terms of melee prowess, there's basically nothing going on. You can leave a few units here, and now he goes for the trigger pull. Now this is definitely a little bit too late. You do want to save a couple units to tussle here, but this is pretty nice. One fancy thing you can do is if his unit's out of position here, you can go for some summons on the right side. That's pretty good. And now it's just taking a clean engagement. So if you just right-click charge, it should be fine. Lead Belchers are here. They can be defended by Pigback Riders. You should be fearing for the Lead Belchers. Like I said, most Warhammer games comes down to keeping your range units alive. Noblars should have been here ages ago. Little unfortunate. You don't have to worry about him retaking your points, by the way. It can be pretty scary, but Dark Riders don't have a lot of capture weight. One Noblar is actually enough to shut them down. His opponent does make a misplay not going for the Lead Belchers too. But there's the fight. You can see it goes very much in the favor of the Ogres. What's your magic, by the way? Troll Guts, that's fine. And overall, it's not too bad. Okay, so Dark Elves, you can see, they really are easy to just pull apart, right? This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Was this Tarkov talking about other games? They have a weird question for chat. Do you guys ever get the overwhelming anxiety when queuing for ladder? Oh yeah, dude, that's so common. I shook that off when I started playing a lot of StarCraft. I don't get much ladder anxiety nowadays. Playing for tournaments can be a good way to get ready for it. But I totally get the feels, man. You just kind of have to queue up and just force yourself to do it. Or play another game, which is totally fine. Kind of depends on what you want. But anyways. Yeah, it's very common. Anyways, very good fights. Dark Elf passive triggered. Doesn't matter. He's already killed most of the units. Man-Eaters. Gold's Man-Eaters do beat Dread Spears. They have anti-infantry. They have anti-large, but this is a way more elite unit. So they do totally fine. Very good Mournfang charge. So overall, this is pretty good. In fact, I would say the fighting is going well enough. Actually, trading's a little rough. The fighting's going well enough where I think, since he said this ended up being a draw, he should have gone and spammed Ogres here. Ogres are a much faster faction than Dark Elves. And the worst they can summon is some Cav. So you get some Ogres, they're pretty good against cavalry. They can totally tussle there. And if the Dark Elves overcommit to this point, you still have a double cap with the center in here. I will say, only having the Gold Man-Eaters is getting a little bit sus here. He does get the Spirit Leech. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Dark Elves won this. I don't know exactly what it was between Marathi or what. But that's a little bit rough. Despite that, Gold's Man-Eaters still crush it. I think the point is still proven that they do really well. You definitely don't need to overextend here. So I will say he did push to get the border here. That's where a lot of the fighting is. You can see all the bodies. You don't actually get an advantage from doing that. There's no capture points, and the Dark Elves can get their cav there way faster. So that was a slight misplay value-wise. Seems like the capture point very close, and it does get captured. One thing to note, if you ever try to get a capture point, make sure you actually take it, otherwise you down trade on tickets. And absolutely make sure you take it quickly. In this case, it was a little slow, but he did eventually get there, which is fine. And now the question is, what do you do with Golg and his Man-Eaters? You probably want to keep pushing, and it looks like he's going for that. You want to get that capture point, and you want to get it quickly. Because a beat-up Man-Eater unit and Golg is absolutely not enough to command that position. Overall, though, still fairly good trading here. It's a tussle. Lots of cavalry getting sent to their deaths. Little bit of overextending. But the Dark Elf are faster than you. You don't want to disengage as much as possible. Pull through the infantry is a bad idea, by the way. I guess it worked out, though. Yeah, Mournfang cavalry have a lot of mass, but just be careful. You do take a lot of damage when you go for that. Good chariot catching too. You basically ignore them. They're gonna value trade. But like, look at that. So the Scourge Runner only has 770 value. He actually said that the kiting was the biggest problem here. But I would say the kiting wasn't actually that big of a deal. So like, take a look at these chariots. 800 value. These guys cost 950 gold. That is an expensive meatball. The Scourge Runner chariot has been in this fight for 9 minutes, and now they're starting to pay for themselves. That should give you an idea of how much time you have to play and get capture points. They're not even up trading, right? So you can kind of bully them around, take all the points, and by the end of the game, only then do they get their value back. So the first like 8 minutes is totally yours to control the map and to take melee fights as much as possible, because that's where you're going to be way stronger. Over here we do have a Ogre Bull charge, so he is pressuring to get this point. Golg he should have been here. it takes too long for them to steal these points. Although I guess Dark Elves did end up fighting gold, so I guess it ended up working out. But yeah, what you want to be doing is taking advantage melee engagements. The trading you can just kind of eat. You actually are not really flanked either because you have a huge melee advantage. So you can just kind of shoo them away. Not a big deal. And the big misplay was taking a bad melee fight by pushing too far and letting the cavalry end up capturing. Also taking a little bit too long to go for the middle point. Despite that, the game's still pretty close. Noblars are actually really slow on the capture. I would recommend Ogre Bulls for that instead. It's not really participating too much. They do get the point. However, good Noblars shoving back the skirmishers. Yeah, and it's about having just that, you know, carefulness to not over chase against skirmishers. Because the skirmishers are going to shoot you no matter what. You're never going to catch them as the Ogre Kingdoms. Scourge Runners are simply too fast. So just pretend you're never going to catch them. They will always shoot. And just sit on the point and weather the storm is typically what you got to do. Like this is good, right? Noblars on a point shooing away the skirmishers. Beautiful A+ positioning. Noblars shooing off these guys. Beautiful, right? All of that is great. They overcommit, you get a catch. Very good. A little bit of a rear charge though. Slingers or flingers are not that good either. So flingers unsupported are pretty bad. You want to mostly be spamming melee towards the end of the game because it starts getting scrappier and that's 300 gold down the drain. Minor misplay. It's not the main thing about this though. Some ogres get in here and yeah, this is a little bit rough, right? So now you're starting to consolidate here. You have an advantage in this pocket by sending in units where you do not have the rest of your units. Your forces are quite weak in melee. And this ended up being a bad melee engagement. In fact, this whole thing, weirdly enough, this whole game actually didn't really come down to the skirmishers. Look at the Dark Riders, right? They've been around for a while. They only have 740 value. This whole battle actually is coming down to taking bad melee fights, it seems. Although I will say that is a fairly common thing that you see. The skirmishers, they feel bad. It doesn't feel good to get shot at them. You want to do something to shut them down, and then it makes you take a bad engagement, right? It makes you go spread out too much, or it makes you overextend, right? I think that's what ended up going on here. Because yeah, they still ended up shooting regardless. That was more or less the same. And now it's starting to get really close. Dark Elf's going for this point. He gets his melee units in. Fairly good melee fight. Gold dumpsters Marathi. Pretty jokes. Oh, but the quick recap over here. Noblars are expendable. They only have 2 capture weight. So generally you want Ogre Bulls here. They showed up a little bit too late. He does capture the point. And I think he said it was a draw. It was a draw. Now, Noblars are great at value trading. They're really bad at capturing and holding points. So I will say that was a little bit rough. Ogre Bulls would have been way better. Although they are really good versus Cav. But yeah, they don't really trade, or they don't hold points very well. Gets a bunch of Cav kills. Golg is doing fine. And like this is what the Ogre Kingdoms want, right? You can see the moment you take a fight on the point, the moment you take a good melee fight, they dumpster Dark Elves. Ogres absolutely crush if they can go in melee. Like this was insane value, right? You just have to replicate this as much as possible. Like who cares that the skirmishers are here shooting? They're already beat up, right? You just kind of sit there, enjoy. And it's a draw. God dang. I can't believe it was a draw. That's crazy. I don't think I've seen a domination draw before. Insane. But yeah, the big thing is don't let the skirmishers bait you into taking bad fights. Just put on some blackout goggles and pretend the skirmishers don't exist. Obviously, you still want to ward them off with some melee units. Put your melee units, your cheap melee units in front to tank some shots. You know, don't get your golds man eaters shot up right? Don't get your Mornfang cavalry shot up. They really down traded because the chariots just got to shoot them all day. But other than that, mostly just play it like a melee fight. Take the points because you know it's going to take about 8 minutes for these guys to pay for themselves. Their value was high, but only after the 8-minute mark. So just go to town, triple cap them, and then play it safe and take some good melee engagements. Other than that, a very fun game, very interesting, very enjoyable. Golg with the 2k value, Marathi also with the 2k value. Very fun. Also, the lead belchers, there wasn't much he could have done with the lead belchers. They were getting Melkotzed. Though I will say he could have defended them more, even though the Dark Elves didn't take advantage of them. Definitely could have kept them safe. But a fun game. Hope that was helpful. Hope that was helpful. That's all the replays we have for today. If you want coaching, or you want me to save a disaster campaign, send it my way. Go to the Discord. It's in the description. It's under Anticity Free Coaching. And it is what it says on the tin. I do accept disaster campaigns though. I really want to try that out because it's been a while since I played campaign. You can manufacture a disaster campaign if you really want to. Do whatever you want. For me though, we're done. What could have the Dark Elves have done better? Oh, so many things, right? So many things. Mostly avoiding melee engagements as much as possible. Although they did pretty good pulling the ogres back, but Marathi could have been way more aggressive. She was really passive the whole game. And I think they need more Cold One Knights. They're pretty good versus ogres. Decent amount more infantry. Dark Shards is a bit risky because you might get rushed down. And they didn't keep their repeater crossbows too safe, which was a little sus. But anyways, that's it for the stream. I'm going to be busy all weekend. So you can catch me on Monday. We stream weekdays, 1 p.m. EST and onwards for like a few hours. Like the video, I guess. I don't know if you want to help out. Thank you very much for all the support today, guys, by the way. It really does help a lot. I appreciate it. And I'll see if I can make a lot of content. So lately, this is the post stream now. All right, everyone can tap out. I guess I'll look for someone to raid. Why not? Who's streaming right now? Lately, I think the Warhammer, just normal game casting, I don't think that's the type of content I want to do. It doesn't seem like it has that much attention towards it. But yeah, and like it's quite a bit of work too. We will be doing the coaching things as videos, but I'll probably go back to tips and tricks for a little bit. I'm gonna be experimenting. See where we can go with that. No one I know is streaming, right? Shout out to Turin. He's an up and coming streamer. Shout out to Turin. I don't know. Anyways, I'll just call it. I'll just call it. See you guys Monday. Hopefully I can get a lot more videos out. So keep an eye out. If you have suggestions, message me on Discord. No guarantee I'll take them, but you know, I want to get a lay of the land. Peace, peace. Redeem to hydrate. I will.